to order on September 16th. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater,
Here.
Trustee Enya, Trustee Levin-Jacobson,
Here.
Trustee Straw, Trustee Taglia,
Here.
Trustee Wesley, President Skaman.
Here. I would entertain a motion to adjourn to closed session to discuss what?
To discuss the purchase or lease of real property for use of the village pursuant to Section 2C5 of the Open Meetings Act, and to discuss pending, probable, or imminent litigation pursuant to Section 2C11 of the Illinois Open Meetings Act.
Thank you. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Levin-Jacobson,
Yes.
Trustee Eater,
Yes.
Trustee Taglia,
Yes.
and President Skaman.
Yes. Probably could have been an all in favor, right? All in favor? Yes. Thank you.
Yes.
So we don't have to go through the people in here. We'll be back. Welcome. So we're reconvening our regular meeting at 7:05. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater,
Here.
Trustee Enya,
Here.
Trustee Levin-Jacobson,
Here.
Trustee Straw,
Here.
Trustee Taglia,
Here.
Trustee Wesley,
Here.
President Skaman.
Here. And I would entertain a motion to approve the agenda as it's been presented.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. And we have two proclamations on the agenda this evening. I'm inclined to take them before non-agenda public comment. Do we have much non-agenda public comment?
Particularly, I think everything is item U for the most part.
Okay, well then in that case, yes, I think
Speak to her.
that's fine.
What is?
We can take non-agenda public comment at this time then. As well as a need to speak before too late.
Good evening. My name is Carolina Song, and I live in a Frank Lloyd Wright house. My husband and I were privileged to win a Historic Preservation Award for our work last year, putting a historically appropriate clay tile roof on our house. We have thought deeply and devoted a lot of time and money to historic preservation. However, I do not believe that historic preservation should be used as a cudgel to throttle all change. Wright's work was itself a substantial departure from the Victorian architecture of the time. And if our Historic Preservation Commission existed back then, I wonder if Wright himself would be able to get his plans approved. I ask that you grant a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed 10-story addition for the Boulevard Arcade building, which would not be visible from the front of the street. Houses and communities are living things. Needs evolve over time, and sometimes buildings become obsolete. The village actually allows owners of Wright houses, other historic houses, to make additions that are not visible from the front street. This is a good thing because otherwise there's a great risk that people would be unwilling to make the personal commitments of time and money that allow historic structures to be maintained. I also believe that this case, and the case a few years back where the owners of a house severely damaged by fire had to bring an appeal of an HPC denial to the village trustees, point to the need to recalibrate. I myself sit on a village commission, and I am certain that the Historic Preservation Commission has acted in good faith. However, I do not think this is a good outcome. I ask village trustees to revisit the guidelines for the HPC, the boundaries of our current historic districts, and our current zoning restrictions. Going further, I ask village trustees to direct staff to provide benchmarks and data for how long it takes people to navigate the permitting processes in Oak Park. I have been involved in a couple of very preliminary conversations about the feasibility of a makerspace/arts incubator here in Oak Park, and I have already been warned about the difficulty and expense involved in trying to navigate those processes. Further, I believe that availability of housing at various price points is vital for a healthy, progressive community. There is a lot of data showing that throttling development of housing, whether entry-level or luxury, only serves to make housing scarcer and more expensive. Yes, the data shows that even the building of luxury housing plays a role in moderating trends toward housing unaffordability. And the onerous processes that we have make it harder to get any housing built and diminish the economic viability of our village. Thank you for your service.
Perfect. Timing. If there's no other non-agenda public comment this evening, then I'll proceed with the proclamations. I would entertain a motion to approve a proclamation annually designating Hispanic Heritage Month from the 15th of September to the 15th of October. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Wesley, seconded by Trustee Straw. Thank you very much. Whereas the Village of Oak Park observes Hispanic Heritage Month from September 15th to October 15th by recognizing and celebrating the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, and Central and South America. And whereas September 15th is a significant start date for Latino Heritage Month as the anniversary of independence for the Latin American countries of Costa Rica, El Salvador, Guatemala, Honduras, and Nicaragua. Mexico and Chile celebrate their independence on September 16th and September 18th, respectively. And Indigenous Peoples Day, or Dia de la Raza, falls within this month on October 12th. And whereas Latino Latinx are descendants from Latin American countries who speak a variety of different languages and dialects, and Hispanics are descendants from Spanish-speaking countries, including Spain. Latinx is a gender-neutral or non-binary term for people of Latin American descent, and we recognize the Latinx identity also encompasses people in Black, African, Asian, Indigenous, and queer communities. And whereas Hispanics, Latinos, and Latinx have served and continue to lead as civil rights leaders, educators, public servants, business owners, activists, artists, colleagues, friends, and much more in our community and across the world, and their values, service to others, nonviolence, acceptance of all people, respect for life and the environment, and celebrating community are also America's values. And whereas during Hispanic Heritage Month, we celebrate Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx culture, honor the invaluable ways Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx individuals contribute to our common goals, and work toward a stronger, more inclusive, more prosperous society for all. And whereas the Village of Oak Park is a community with a significant population of Hispanic and Latino descendants who enhance the rich diversity of our community, and is the responsibility of our community to celebrate this historic event to deepen and strengthen our cultural ties. Whereas the Village of Oak Park is proud to honor and celebrate Hispanic Heritage Month by uplifting the rich history, vibrant culture, and invaluable contributions of the Hispanic and Latino community through a variety of community-based initiatives, cultural programs, and educational opportunities that foster appreciation and belonging while prioritizing the safety and well-being of all residents. And be it resolved that the Village of Oak Park supports the celebration of Hispanic Heritage Month, and now therefore I, Vicki Skaman, President of the Village of Oak Park, and the Board of Trustees do hereby proclaim the Village of Oak Park shall recognize September 15th through October 15th as Hispanic Heritage Month in the Village of Oak Park, and encourage all community members to recognize the significance of Hispanic Heritage Month and join us in celebration. Thank you. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I do know that, recognize that we have some of our leaders from the Hispanic community and our small business community supporting those of our culture, or the Hispanic culture, as it's contributed to our village in the most positive way, present. And if anyone, we'd like to at least come up and have a photo, but I won't put anyone on the spot. I guess I. Yeah. Don't know why I said that. Thank you so much. I would entertain a motion to approve proclamation declaring August 15th through November 15th, 2025 as lights out for birds during peak migration. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Very good. Thank you. Motion by Trustee Eater and seconded by Trustee Straw. I know we have with us this evening a number of students who are here to educate us on the reasons for the proclamation that we have. Teacher Laura Stamps, would you like to join us? Mm-hmm. Please do.
Last year, these are members of my Brooks Earth Action Team, or called the BEAT. And we, last year, learned about migrating birds and did an exhibit at the Oak Park Public Library, which in the idea box. And we also hosted a community workshop about migrating birds to contribute to an art project. And the students want to share with you what they learned.
Hi, I'm Phoebe Stannis. I'm a member of BEAT at Brooks. We are in favor of lights out for birds during peak migration. This helps prevent migrating birds from becoming disoriented from lights, which might lead to birds colliding into buildings due to artificial light. Between 365 million to 1 billion birds die a year. We hope to help decrease this number through lights out.
Hi, I'm Tatum Mathieson. I'm a student at Brooks Middle School, and I participate in Brooks Environment Action Team, or known as BEAT. Did you know 365 to 988 million birds die in collisions annually? How many people here have seen the movie Migration? Well, the father bird in Migration barely survived a collision with a building. He was lucky, but not all birds are. Over 250 species migrate through Chicago, about 8 million birds in all. Many birds killed by Chicago buildings are small migrant birds from the tropics. We can help save these birds by doing lights out. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Rasheen Cronenberg. Since 1970, we have lost 2.9 billion birds. This is for a couple of reasons, but one of the main ones is light pollution. Light pollution affects birds during migration by disorienting them and making them run into windows. Just in Chicago, around 1,000 birds die each night during migration season every year. This needs to change. By participating in Lights Out, we can save so many birds.
Thank you so much. It's really wonderful and informative, but from the advocacy that you've had for the proclamation here existing, I will still read it out loud, and this is their work. Okay, lights out for birds during peak migration, August 15th through November 15th of 2025. Whereas each fall, approximately 8 million birds, representing more than 250 species, migrate through Oak Park and the greater Chicago region on their journey to wintering grounds. And whereas artificial light pollution disorients migration birds, increasing the risks of exhaustion, predation, and collisions with buildings and other structures. And whereas, since 1995, Chicago's tall buildings in the Loop have participated in the National Audubon Society's Lights Out program, the first of its kind in the nation, saving an estimated 10,000 birds each year and serving as a national model for bird-friendly practices. And whereas Oak Park residents are urged to turn off unnecessary lights and close drapes and blinds after 11 p.m., during the fall migration season, now through November 15th, 2025, to help ensure safe passage for these birds. And whereas reducing light pollution year-round by turning off unnecessary lights, shielding outdoor fixtures, and directing light only where it is needed, not only protects migratory birds, but also improves community safety by reducing glare, conserves energy, and lowers maintenance costs. And whereas the Village of Oak Park continues its efforts to reduce light pollution by installing dark sky compliant fixtures in street and alley lighting upgrades, contributing to both environmental sustainability and public safety. Now therefore I, Vicki Skaman, President of the Village of Oak Park and Board of Trustees, do hereby proclaim lights out for birds during peak migration in the Village of Oak Park and encourage all residents to join in protecting migratory birds during this critical season. Thank you for your work. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. I look forward to seeing you again. Yes. One more. All right. And we're moving forward to Village Manager's report.
Thank you, President Skaman. We do not have a report tonight.
Thank you. Okay. And we do have a board and commission vacancy report provided by the village clerk's office. For anyone interested in serving on a village board or commission, please reach out to clerk Christina Waters at clerk@oak-park.us. Thank you. We do next have a first reading approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 12 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt the 2014 Illinois Plumbing Code with amendments as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. And motion, please.
So moved. Second.
Thank you. Village Manager Jackson.
Yes, thank you, President Skaman, trustee members. Craig Baylor, Development Services Director, will handle this item. We asked that you actually, it's going to provide an overview for this item as well as all the other related items through M. So items D through M. So we'd like for you to consider them all together. Craig.
Thank you, Manager Jackson. Craig Failer, Development Services Director. Tonight is a return for a second reading on 9 of the building codes that we have presented to you before. We have one for our first reading, which is our plumbing code. We are requesting that all 10 codes be approved this evening. At the June meeting, the village board posed questions to staff to consider and provide responses, which we have in our presentation. Sean Lentau, our chief building official, will walk you through our presentation, which addresses the proposed minor plumbing code change He will also provide your responses to your questions from the June meeting in support of the submitted memorandum, which you should have received as part of the packet for this evening, and will provide you a snippet of the Building Code Advisory Commission's reasonings for the change relative to the fire sprinkler regulations. So just to let you know, too, that the Building Code Advisory Commission Chair, Tim Kelly, is here this evening, as well as the Oak Park Fire Chief, Terry, for any questions that you might have with regards to the fire codes. Sean?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Sean Linto Sr. I'm Chief Building Official. Let's actually get to the first slide. Keyboard, thank you. As listed, these are the 10 different codes that we did the first readings for prior. The plumbing code is mentioned. I actually did discuss that the last time I was here. Unfortunately, it got missed, I guess, in the upload. So all of these codes have gone before the Building Commission. They have agreed with everything that is in them, with the exception of one percentage number, which is on the fire code. It also is found in the existing building code and the residential code. The plumbing code, mentioned this before, the code is definitely outdated. It's back from 2014. All the codes we're looking at now are basically 2024. There's been multiple updates to them, but unfortunately they've never integrated them yet. So, get back to where I was thinking, sorry. So basically business owners trying to open up a business here and everything else, they were running into issues with the bathroom counts, everything else. So with plan reviewers, businesses, architects, plumbing, we came up with this amendment that meets all intents of all the codes out there and streamlines that process for them. I'm hiding that. All right. So these were some of the board questions from last time. I would say for more in-depth answers, please refer to the memo. Of course, I will gladly answer questions at the end. Where the number of ADUs that have updated their water lines, that would be essentially all of them, which I think is approximately 19 or 20. Those have all been new units. We don't have any records for any of the other types. Number of renovations below the 50% threshold. I was able to crunch the numbers tonight. That's 98%. There's been 109 sprinklers installed, and we're over 4,600 plus permits during that same time period. So by and large, the bulk of the houses, they don't have them installed. Community engagement plan, assuming you guys accept the code updates, November 4th and 12th. We have 2 that will be held here. The first one will be for the commercial changes, and the second one will be for the residential changes. And then there will be another one early February and April, where we actually combine them to help catch any of the people that might have actually missed the prior codes. So we figured those were good dates to actually help catch them. Cost impact, there is no answer to that one. Our community is not like a new Lenox where it is all complete new construction and you can figure it out based off of, the subdivision and those costs. I mean, are you doing the kitchen? Are you doing the bath? Are you doing the whole renovation? The cost can vary. There are a lot of cost savings from, for instance, the attic and basement. They have actually lowered the thresholds now for the ceiling heights. So now they don't have to break out concrete or raise a ceiling. They may be able to actually fit it in their existing structure right then. Some of the costs are going up. One example would be garages, because the standards have popped up in the tables, from ASTM and the others. Instead of using 2x8s, they now have to use 2x10s. Essentially, nothing changes, just the material cost. Cost of sprinklers, again, this varies completely across the board. A range, though, is $3 to $6 a square foot. We did pull up some substantial ones, and let me see if I can find the numbers again. Uh-oh, I lost those numbers. Oh, I'm sorry, I lost those notes. The one thing I do remember from those notes is with the water lines, the cost was higher, but there are other options too. For instance, using the tank system. So as I recall, the one with water lines, it's $19,000. The one with the tanks and pumps was $15,000 to $16,000. Impacts to insurance. Most of them offer a discount straight across the board. Most people also see increased property values for their houses because the sprinklers are installed. One of the other ones is, and why insurance actually likes doing the reduction, is that's based on 2 sprinkler heads going off for 10 minutes, which is about 400 gallons, as memory serves me correctly. If the fire breaks out, a 2.5-inch hose is about 250 gallons per minute, and they're generally using 3 to 4 hoses. And most of those, they're running for at least 10 minutes. So there's a lot more water damage and everything else to the houses and destruction. 10, why is staff recommending? A lot of it's based on the numbers I've given you. The other thing I would point out, I mean, you can look directly across the street, and I mean, we've got 2 houses within 2 feet of each other. I mean, one goes, the other goes. You know, they are very close together. So with that, I would look at some of the commission points. I'll make a few and then open it up to questions if that works. And I'm still looking for that mouse. So on this one, they're saying 75% maintains a threshold above the vast majority of Illinois municipalities. And down below, I think they list like 5 of them. The sheet that is in with all your guys' packets, I counted at least 38 that have as stringent, if not more stringent requirements than us. And I do say more stringent because some is based off of square footage of 1,000 square feet. Others is based on valuation. So you could actually redo one kitchen and you could actually bump past that valuation mark. Now, mind you, it's a high-end kitchen, but you can bump past it. And all you did was a kitchen, so. Life safety impact, they're saying that putting the sprinklers in does not improve it. Again, I'm just going to point to the memo. This one, the Oak Park's Climate Ready Plan is negatively impacted. And they list that exterior wall insulation and electrification is 2 points. My points on this one is exterior wall insulation has nothing to do with the sprinkler requirement. Sprinkler requirement is for interior work only. You can strip all the siding off your house and put exterior wall insulation out there. It does not trip a sprinkler. Electrification. You want to put an induction stovetop in from the gas one. And you're going to channel across this other room. The channeling does not count against the drywall count. Generally, a lot of times that is when they start getting to 4-foot cuts, taking off entire walls or ceilings. So with that, I will open it up to questions, and I'd remind you that Chief Terry is here, and also Tim Kelly, Chairman for the Building Codes Commission.
Thank you. Would we like to hear from Chief, of course?
Oh, do we want to hear from the chief? Yeah. Yeah, please.
And I imagine you'll be next, Tim.
Good evening, everyone. JT Terry, Fire Chief. In addition to the memo with the information, I would just like to add that fire grows exponentially, so every minute it doubles. So the time that these sprinklers are activated while the fire department is en route not only keeps the fire in check, but also makes it safer for the residents to evacuate, and then also for the firefighter paramedics when we get on scene. So I think that's a very good point to add to not only the reduced water and the reduced emissions, but the safety factor added in also. So with that, happy to take questions or someone coming up.
Well, Tim, I mean, or we could just proceed with if we have questions for you, Tim, unless there's something, since staff has addressed the questions shared by building codes, or the points made by the Building Codes Advisory Commission. Do you have anything that you'd like to counter on any of that?
I think Derek has kept you up to speed, so I'm good. Thank you.
Okay, well, Derek, we're turning it over to you, apparently.
Well, great. I appreciate you guys, putting all this together, and checking out the memo. I guess I would have loved to, would have liked to get it a little sooner, but I understand there's a lot of work that went into it. But it's a lot to go through in, 8 hours or something. This is how long we've had. I think I'll just say right out the gate, I'm still sort of in the same place that the Building Codes Commission is recommending with the 75%, and I am for a couple of reasons. And I could put it in the form of a question. I don't think you'd have an answer though, but the concern is how many projects are going at the 49% for the workable area, trying to kind of juice the numbers to get below that 50% threshold that then trips all these additional expenses. I've heard anecdotally that does happen quite a lot, and my concern is that in those scenarios, people are sort of trying to not follow the spirit of the rules in which we're putting in front of them. And not to mention all the folks who probably, we know that work is done in the village without any permits whatsoever. And so there's kind of an unmeasured number of folks who are not getting permits. It's hard to really know why, but I believe it's reasonable to assume that some of the reasons are to avoid costs. And the sprinkler requirement in Oak Park is a cost, right? A substantial one. I know it's a range. I hear you on that. I've heard, $5,000 to $15,000, for a single family home. I think it goes up obviously for other projects. So for me, it's kind of hard to measure, and I think the memo that was shared addresses some of these points, but for me, it's ultimately on the points that I'm making, it's not convincing to me that it's meeting the what the spirit of these regulations are. I think it's all about saving lives, right? That's why we're doing this, right? And I am concerned that the aspiration of what we have and the reality of how people are living within that system and operating, or in some cases not operating within it, there's a gulf there. And maybe that's something to also see if we can try to identify that. Maybe that's work for the Building Codes Commission to try and understand that. But for me, it seems like the marginal increase to 75% makes sense for those reasons. So there wasn't a question in there. I'm sorry.
So that's your stance. Okay, so then if we go to other members of the board, if you'll kind of give your opinion on agreeing with raising that threshold to 75%, and if not, what would be, is there a different number that you would be looking at? Okay. Anyone else looking to address the same issue?
And I'll just concur that I agree with 75%.
Okay.
I'm in the same place. I think 75% makes sense. I think I think that the 50%. I know I've been looking at doing some renovations, and we've talked about phasing renovations because when you don't phase renovations, there are substantial additional costs, including having to tear out a whole lot of additional stuff to put in a sprinkler system. So I definitely do see it. It's something I've heard from other people, and I think that when we're talking about those marginal costs, whether it be 15 or 20,000, that doesn't feel like a particularly marginal cost when it is impacting the choice of the other materials you're going to use in your home renovation, and whether or not you can do a project you would otherwise want to do. So I think that a lot of the reasons given for making that change to 75% makes sense. And I do think, I think the fact that every single one of the additional ADUs that we built in the village required a new water service to do sprinklers is a significant thing to understand, that we say that we want to promote ADUs, and I know this 50 to 75% change doesn't necessarily address the ADU question, but this is an additional $20,000 in cost we're putting on anyone who wants to add an accessory dwelling unit, and that's something that I don't know what the solution is, but we should be considering when we're talking about this again next year.
I'll probably always defer to the safety recommendations of firefighting experts. I'm not planning on doing any work on my home, but I did escape a burning house once, and it was the house next door that burned to the ground. So I have a sort of like a visceral reaction to thinking about safety and fire safety. I would appreciate a response, though. I didn't know about this workaround of claiming 49% coverage and getting away from the requirement. Can you speak to that, if that's going to keep people from doing any sprinklers at all versus raising it to a less safe number, but maybe getting more participation in
I'd have to defer to the actual permitting policy and everything, so.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Well, I mean, I guess it's the question to have a response to what Trustee Eater brought up about this workaround that some people apparently are doing to get around the requirement altogether by claiming 49% instead of having to, if they met 50%, they would have to put in those sprinklers.
I don't consider it a get around. The code is specifically written if you are doing 50% or more based on the parameters that were set. Sprinklers are required. If you stayed below the 49%, it's not required. It doesn't matter if you put it 75, 90, 95. There's going to be people that are going to go against that line. I mean, it's the nature of life everywhere.
So you don't think it would increase participation or
No.
Thanks.
Okay, I'm looking to see if there's a majority of the board that's interested in the 75%. Otherwise, I might ask if, 70% raises any comfort. I'm not an auctioneer. Yeah. No. Are we, but 75% is what it is? Okay, so we're taking this as a discussion as a whole, so it's noted that on the fire code, building codes recommendation, we'll be looking to modify that to 75%. Yes, you can continue on other points. Yes.
So I had just a couple other points, and I got your email, Craig, so thanks for sending that. I don't think I'm asking for any changes here, but I just do want to say it publicly. The stretch code, energy stretch code, really want to see that. I know that's not included in these changes, but I saw in your email that's something that we're going to start to consider in the next year. That's work for the Building Codes Advisory Commission to weigh on as well. I really want to see that. It's in the CROP, the Climate Action Oak Park Plan. I know that this trick always works. Evanston's already done it. And some folks I talked to actually just today said that it was pretty easy, non-controversial, like an easy yes for them at least. So that might just be worth something to consider. And then I also added a request for one of the amendments, the FIAS high performance building standard, to also be considered. I guess maybe this is a question for Craig. Is that something that we could include with this bundle? I think I read from your email you didn't see an issue with it, or is it something you want to
Right.
have some more time to consider before
Don't
we.
see an issue with it, but we can come back with an amendment.
Yeah,
I think we
okay.
probably need to think about it a little bit more
Sure.
and see how it works into which codes we want to include that in.
Yeah, okay,
But
great.
yeah,
Okay.
we'll definitely come back with that.
Okay, excellent, yeah. So that was it. I think, yeah, no other action, I think, here. I just wanted to say those things before we move on. Thanks.
Yes.
Yes,
Manager Jackson.
President Scaman and trustee members, I would ask if the staff has some information to share about the status of our efforts on the stretch code, just to make sure that we have complete information on where we stand with consideration of the stretch code.
Sure, thank you. So we have reviewed the stretch code, which is based on the 2021 codes. We've asked Mia to do an analysis between the stretch code, our 2021 codes, and our proposed 2024 codes. And they were included in will be included in a memo that we're going to be giving to you, which kind of explains what the difference is between all three of those. But we also understand now that the state is looking at a new stretch code version, 2025. And so what we know now is that the 21 stretch code, if we adopt the 24 codes, it pretty much takes care of what's in the 2021 stretch code. But the 25 code may provide more additional information that would meet the crop plan requirements. Once we see that, that is the one that we probably want to bring back to you. Because I think with the 24 codes, it will really kind of capture some of the things that are already in the 21 stretch code. So we think we have a better option coming in the future.
So you're saying that what's before us tonight is equivalent to or meets the basic requirements of a stretch code in the 2021 version?
It captures a lot of what's in the 21 code and actually advances that.
Okay. And Derek, any comments? I mean, it is important to us to be doing everything that we can to reach our crop goals, at least, for myself. And to see that come back and, and being clear about whether or not we're reaching the stretch code is what I'd like to see.
Two other quick things on that. The stretch code is only for new construction. So we want to work with the Building Code Advisory Commission on a stretch code for existing structures as well. So that will help capture 90% of what we're doing now, because we're only doing about 10% new construction based on everything that we do. So the stretch code is very limited in what we would capture. So we want to try to expand that with the BCAC and then also look at the 25 one that comes in.
Okay. Well, I mean, I just want to make sure that we're closing in as tight of a timeline as we can because, when we do see new construction, it tends to be significant, or can be. Okay, more?
So I'm wondering if there's appetite to change the code for the EVs and the gas and the garages from EV install to EV ready in terms of chargers. I'm hearing a lot about that in the community in terms of folks who don't own an EV, might not own an EV, putting in a whole charger. I'm not sure of the code. I haven't actually read it, so I'm asking for a little guidance on this. Do we require a charger install or do we just require a circuit?
The code is written up that you will put an EV charger in any new construction, so that applies to garages.
Got it.
So it's not specifically limited to you building a new house, you've got to put an EV charger in. You've got to rebuild your garage, you have to put an EV charger in.
Does an outlet, is that considered an EV charger?
We actually did get that talked into because the language says specifically a charger. We managed to finally get around that a 40 amp outlet is considered the charging point. It met all the nuances of the code.
Got it. Do we amend it to say that specifically, or do we need to?
That's how we have been enforcing it since like 3 weeks after the code had passed last time, the electrification.
Got it.
The one point you did make is on, do we make it EV ready? The only thing you are saving is $40 for that plug.
Yeah, so I wasn't aware of the plug versus the actual charger. I'm perfectly fine with the plug.
The reason we're talking about a lot of the cost is because in order to make it EV ready, you have to be able to supply all the electricity to it and everything else. So you still have to do your meter upgrades, you still have to do your load calcs, everything else. So, as I said, the only thing you're saving by going EV ready is that cost of that plug. Everything else on the back end still has to be done.
What's the approximate cost of all that additional, those additional things that you just mentioned, the load calculations, additional meters, so on and so forth?
Load calcs depends on the electrician. I've heard some are charging $500. I have others that can do it on a spreadsheet in about 2 minutes flat and don't charge the customers at all. So it does get down to what the electrician is charging.
I guess what I'm trying to figure out is how much what's the monetary cost to this ordinance on a new garage in average?
So, can I chime in?
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Oh, sorry about
Please.
that. So you can do a trickle charge, right, with just a regular outlet if you have enough amp, or is that not qualifying the, for EV ready?
So number one, you have our ordinance. Number two, you also have the Illinois ordinance that's sitting out there. So the Illinois ordinance basically requires the EV ready also, and both of them require 40 amp service to that garage. And the other catch is yes, I happen to own an EV too. And yeah, I have a 20 amp plug, blah, blah, blah. I am lucky if I can get 12 amps out of it. Driving from my place to here, it takes over 12 hours if I want to charge at home. Needless to say, I charge here because I have other stops make else, so.
Appreciate it. So the cost is really if you need to increase your ampage.
Yeah, well, so unfortunately, most of the houses have 60 to 100 amps, and that is not enough for an EV charger. So they either have to upgrade the entire service, or, and I've seen plenty of them do it, trying to save the costs from doing that, to actually putting a secondary service on the garage. The only problem with the secondary service on the garage is now you have 2 service fees and everything else every month.
Got it. I totally agree with the spirit of this ordinance. And so let me, before I even go there, so you're saying if let's say we struck this thing completely, would the Illinois ordinance then be in effect, and would folks then need to have this, have an EV charger anyway?
As I understand the Illinois ordinance, it doesn't apply to garages. I think it's only new construction of houses, 1 and 2 single-family dwellings. I do not think it applies to garages.
Got it.
Now, if somebody is building a coach house over the new garage, number one, that's full new construction, and yes, they do have a living space, so that would trip, they have to put one in. But at that time, they're probably also putting in a new service anyway, so the cost is essentially negligible there.
Gotcha. Okay. Yeah, I'd like to see what we can do about this. Honestly, I think it's add an extra expense to the new gas station, which are already expensive, given materials cost increases, labor increases, so on and so forth. Ultimately, I think what happens is that people just leave their garage up and leave it like leaning in the alley. And, maybe we cite them, maybe we don't, but, they will just leave the garage as it is until it practically falls down, which I don't think is in our best interest either. I just want to figure out what we can do to make this a bit more economical for folks who need a new garage and might not want or have an EV. And, I drive an EV, so and I have a charger in my garage. Right? I appreciate, that. But, I also know that the price that I paid to get mine installed 2016, 2017-ish is like 3X to get it installed now, right, for some of the quotes that I've gotten. So that's, it's a different burden too. Anyway, that's where I am on that. I'd like to see what we can do to make that a bit more economical. That's pretty much what I have.
Jim?
I agree with Corey. if we could reduce that cost for residents, I think that's benefit. If people want to put it in, they can put it in. Many of the car companies now will include the service, and they will include that in the purchase price of the car. And so if you're going to do that, it's included. So I do think it's important to try to be economical where at all possible, not to discourage people. I don't think it would discourage our parkers, but I think it would be beneficial to certain people that don't want or need those. So thank you.
Brian?
So I think it's important to consider the costs of EV chargers in garages, and I think that one of the great ways we do that is we have some grant money available for electrification, and if we can substantially defray the cost of adding EV charging to a garage through a electrification grant, I think that that covers concerns I have regarding the cost here. I think that when we're doing new garages, making sure that those garages are ready for EVs for the next owner of the home, even if that particular owner isn't planning on making the transition to EVs, is a net good, and so I do think we should be cognizant of the concerns around cost, but I do think the electrification grants that we've budgeted for this past year, and I expect this board will continue next year, would significantly defray those costs.
Maybe this might be a question for Lindsay, but can you use those energy efficiency grants for electrifying your garage?
Yes, we did add this year electrical upgrades as an allowable cost. So not necessarily the EV charger itself, but the electrical upgrades would be covered under those grants.
Okay, which is the majority of the costs right there. Okay, yeah. I mean, I'm a bit torn on this myself. I drive an EV. We have a garage that's in good enough shape, so we haven't had to do any work on it. We just plug it into the 120 volt plug. It's slow, that's for sure, but for our needs, it's fine. I don't drive a ton. The affordability question is really definitely one that you're trying to balance these two things. But I think ultimately I think I'm fine with keeping it. I think the points that Trustee Straw made around the grants that are available, which my understanding is there's still money in that pot if anybody wants to apply and get some money. That is a way to address that affordability issue. And you can get up to $10,000 if you are income qualified. So that sounds like that's more than enough to cover the cost and then some, right? And some other things as well. So for that, I'm willing to keep it as is, knowing that program exists and that this qualifies.
I would tend to agree with Derek. I think I've heard from folks too that a trickle charge, if they're staying within Oak Parks, it might work for them. It's obviously not going to work for everybody. But then a major part of the cost is the digging the trench from your home to the garage for that new power. But if at the same time that someone is coming in and for permitting, that to seek or to build a new garage, they're getting information about this grant program. And I think that's what I would want to, as a follow-up to much of what we've already discussed. We've clarified some of what the definition is on a charger, but we've had people in the past who did more than that because they didn't know, they didn't play with that definition, right? And push on it a little more. So we need to make sure that we're gonna have to find a way to be proactive about this clarification, because the word of mouth is faster than us, in that way. So, but yeah, I think the time that somebody comes in for permitting, we need to be able to give them that grant information. Mm-hmm.
So do we know the average cost of permitting to do a new garage?
total cost or the permit?
Total cost of the permits that they would pay us.
Not the cost to build, just the permit.
See me in about 2 weeks when we're back here for fees. Actually have the money for that. No, I can't answer that one straight off the top of my head.
3 figures or 4 figures, 5 figures?
No, there's all sorts of different breakdowns. I would have to look at that charge.
We can get that information.
I'd have to get that
Okay.
back to you on that.
Can you ballpark it 3 figures or 4 figures?
I was in construction long enough, and I tell you, I don't even estimate anymore for anything.
Got it. Okay.
Especially not for the fees and stuff, I'm sorry.
All right, so what I'm thinking is that if folks are going to install an EV charger, maybe we just waive the fees for the permits. And then that's the incentive, and they don't have to apply for the electrification incentives. That can go to other folks doing other work. Assuming that the fees to install a new garage are substantial. But I don't know what they are. I don't want to waive them if they cost more than the charger, but.
Yeah, I mean, I'd be curious to have that conversation. Sounds like we're going to maybe have it in a couple of weeks. So when we know what those fees are, I'd be happy to talk about it then when we have some real numbers to see what's possible. But I'm in spirit. I see your point. I'm interested.
It gives people, instead of them having to proactively reach out and get a grant to cover it, we're saying this is our values, this is what we want here. We realize that this is the toughest garage ordinance in the nation. So in exchange for that, we're going to reduce our permitting.
Right. Yeah. We have plenty of sticks. We need some carrots. Is that what you're saying?
Exactly. That's exactly what I'm saying. This is, by the way, the most the toughest garage ordinance in the country, from my understanding, or one of.
8% of construction costs.
Wow. 0.8%.
0.8% of construction costs, yes. Mm-hmm. And the average garage being between $19.6 and $28.2 thousand.
Yeah. I mean, that would probably work for me.
You're good with math? So 0.8% of $20,000.
Couple hundred to $300.
Yeah, 1,600 doesn't sound right though, but.
No, 16,000. 1,600 is what the answer is, okay.
No, 0.8%.
0.8%.
25,000 or 20,000 is just a couple $100.
Yes,
Yeah. So we're talking about a couple $100. Okay.
I mean, I'd be happy to just continue this conversation when the fees
Yeah, I was
come
going
back.
to say, it never feels great to be, we're redoing the work of the commission here, right? That they do much better than we do. Can we throw this one back? Yeah. Okay. So, or we pass it as is and we come back with the incentive programs? Yeah. That's what we're talking, okay. Okay, all right. Then any other of the code dialogue that were between the first reading and the second reading of our 2024 International Building Code? Okay, so I'm going to have to go through these a little carefully. The ask of staff is to approve tonight anything, or approve on schedule. Approve tonight or approve?
Approved tonight.
Approved tonight, including the waiving the second reading on
Plumbing.
the plumbing. Okay? And so I'll go through them then one at a time for the vote and make sure that we've got the amendments noted. Okay? Okay. So I have a motion on the table already for a 2014 Illinois Plumbing Code, but I have not made a motion to waive the second reading. Do I need to do that?
No, it's not necessary. The motion is both for the first reading and approval of the item, so it's ready for a vote when you're ready to call it.
Great. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. Okay, thank you. So item D has been approved. Moving to the second reading category, entertain a motion to approve a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 15 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt 2024 ICC Swimming Pool and Spa Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk Waters, there's no amendments to this one as discussed, so Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. And for item F, entertain a motion to approve a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 1 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt the 2024 International Code and Council Building Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Okay. Motion by Trustee Eater, seconded by Trustee Straw. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson? Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes, okay. Item G, I would entertain a motion to approve a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 16 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt a 2024 International Energy Conservation Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. Okay, and item I, is that correct? Entertain, H? Okay, entertain a motion approving a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 3 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt a 2023 National Electric Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
And President Skaman?
Yes. Entertain a motion to approve a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 2 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt a 2024 International Existing Building Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Motion
This
by-
is the one with the change.
This is one with
yeah.
this change.
Yeah,
Okay,
the 75, yeah.
so this is going to 75%? No, that's further,
No, that's J.
that's J, yeah.
The spring.
It's both, it's in two places,
There's
right?
three codes
Oh,
that it's
three
in,
places.
I, J, and M.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so we will be, so then we need an amendment.
Actually, so the motion that's on the table right now is to approve the ordinance as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. That draft ordinance includes the 75% figure. So the motion that's on the floor right now is for the 75% figure.
Thank you. Oh, because it came from the Building Codes Advisory Commission. Thank you. Clerk Waters, please take the roll.
Who seconded the motion?
I heard Trustee Eater and then Corey. Trustee Wesley, is that right?
Sounds good to me.
Sure.
Trustee Wesley's motioned.
Oh, so you motioned, so then
Oh, maybe I second.
you seconded.
Okay.
Thank you.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes, and since the recommendation came from Building Codes Advisory Commission, we are free to approve J as is as well then. As second, entertain a motion to approve second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 5 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt the 2024 International Code Council Fire Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission.
So
Motion,
moved.
Second.
please. Okay, very good. So that was Eater and Straw. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes, thank you. And so moving to item K, entertain a motion for a second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 11 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt a 2024 International Code Council Fuel and Gas Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
That was M. Eater and Straw again. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. Okay. Would entertain a motion for second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 4 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt a 2024 International Code Council Mechanical Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission.
So move.
Second.
Motion Eater and Straw again. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. Okay. I entertain a motion to, or second reading and approval of an ordinance amending Chapter 7, Article 6 of the Oak Park Village Code to adopt the 2024 International Code Council Residential Code as recommended by the Building Code Advisory Commission. Motion, please.
So move.
Second.
Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. So then we'll just be looking forward to incentive programs for the EV stations in garages as well as just anything that works towards our crop goals. Thank you.
Thanks, everyone.
Entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda. So I'll just say out loud that items D through M have all been approved. I would entertain a motion for consent agenda as it's been presented.
So moved. Second.
Clerk Waters, so that was Corey and Enya? Did I hear it right? Thank you. Clerk Waters, would you please take the roll?
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
Yes.
Trustee Eater?
Yes.
Trustee Levin Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes, thank you. Okay, regular agenda. On item U, I entertain a motion to deny the appeal and concur with the Historic Preservation Commission and adopt an ordinance denying a certificate of appropriateness to build a 10-story addition behind an existing Oak Park landmark building known as the Boulevard Arcade Building located at 1035 South Boulevard. Motion, please.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Trustee Strawn, seconded by Trustee Wesley. And I'm confident that we have significant public comment for this. However, our protocols do allow me to limit that to 5 public comment for either side after following the Historic Preservation Commission as a hearing process of this item. Clerk Waters, how many public comment do we have?
So we have Are there any more? Okay, just a second, because I'm going against the list that I had from the phone calls and the emails, so bear with me.
And thank you to everybody who did write into the village board and who participated in the Historic Preservation Commission meeting.
Okay. John, are you on Zoom?
Yes, I am.
Okay, perfect.
16 total, and do we have a way of knowing how many are for and against?
I had a hard time organizing the for and against. I want to say a majority are in agreement
With the motion as it's presented?
as it's presented, correct?
Okay, if I can please start with those who are here in support of the development proceeding. Alec?
Hi, my name is Alec Harris. I'm a longtime resident of Oak Park. I've lived here since 1996. I lived in 2 historic Prairie School homes, including the Frank Lloyd Wright Peter and Emma Beachy House. You heard my wife earlier. My company is the largest tenant of the current cross-function office space. We have 4 of their shops on the 2nd floor. And we've had an excellent relationship. We've been in the building for more than 3 years. And I just want to say that I know that the arcade owners have taken a lot of care to preserve the building's historic legacy. One of the reasons that we're there is it's just a beautiful and historic space. And our team is very unconcerned about the impact of the construction on the existing arcade and the ability to maintain its historic nature. We also welcome the addition of a parking garage. Parking in that area is fairly limited on the street. And we're confident they're going to be good stewards of the new building. I've worked with Christine Lon and Trent Stoner, the landlords, for quite some time, and I know that they love the area and they'll be wonderful stewards. And finally, I just want to say that we need more housing in Oak Park. There's a shortage of housing. And if you're going to do construction of new residential buildings, it makes sense to do it along the Green Line corridor. So it just feels like we need more housing, and if you're going to do it, this is a very obvious and logical place to do it. And the parking lot that will be taken up, there's nothing historic about it if they put a new building where the current parking lot is. Thank you.
Thank you. Is anyone else here in support of the development? Please. And if you'll share your name so Christina can take yours out.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jillian Overbeck. I'm the president of Overbeck Insurance Services Incorporated, and I have been inside, cross-function inside the Boulevard Arcade for almost 5 years now. I've actually gotten so good at the tours. If he's busy, I will sometimes go through and just share all the beautiful preservation that we've done. I'm actually a resident inside of Maeve, right on Lake Street. I was in Albion before that, and all anyone ever talks about is the shortage of housing. I actually own 2 condos as well, right behind the high school in Scoville. Whenever I put them up for on Zillow, I get about 25 applications in an hour, and I have it rented out immediately, which just goes to show just people want to live here. We need housing. I think the idea of the parking garage is amazing. My team is very, very big, and the parking is so limited right there. So very much approve, and thank you for the consideration.
Thank you. Anyone else? Thank you. And your name, sir?
My name is Terry Vanderwall, and I've been a resident of Oak Park since 1997. I've also maintained an office here for a company, Evergreen Architectural Arts, which is dedicated to historic preservation. We've had the honor of restoring several landmark buildings in the area, including the historic finishes at the Unity Temple and finishes at the Auditorium Theater, as well as the Chicago Cultural Center, formerly the Chicago Public Library. And we're currently finishing work at the Illinois State Capitol. For the past 4 years, I've had an office at the Boulevard Arcade, and I can attest to the owner's passion for the building's history and adaptive reuse. They're committed to preserving and enhancing Oak Park's architectural significance, but they're often very proud of what they've done at the Boulevard Arcade building in terms of restoring and preserving the historic elements. They've shared plans with me with the new structure behind the building, and their intent is that the historic building itself will remain unchanged, and that the new building would perhaps become a landmark itself someday while providing much-needed housing. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else in support of the development? Okay, so then, Clerk Waters, take your time, but how many does that leave us for the development, or against the development, as the motion on the table? In support of the motion on the table?
We just took 1, 2, 3, 4.
So 14 or 13? Okay, if I can. And there is not an organized group that has planned that is leading the public comment? Sometimes that's the case. Okay, I'm going to start with the person that's on Zoom then.
John, can you hear us?
Yes. Good evening. My name is John Marquardt. I live at 110 South Marion Street. I'd like to share with the trustees just a couple perspectives related to this proposal. First, from a historic perspective, the Historic Preservation Commission of Oak Park has voted 4 times, and each time it was unanimous, a total of 33 votes against and 0 votes for. Overriding their 4 unanimous votes would not only disrespect the Commission's dedication for preserving Oak Park's historic landmarks, their time, caring, and expertise. It would also send a message to the greater community that it is okay to have a menacing 10-story metal and glass tower connected to a 120-year-old 2-story brick landmark, and that it's okay to allow the view shed of not only the Boulevard Arcade building to be permanently destroyed, but also the view shed of Pleasant Home. Now, from a need for more affordable housing perspective, clearly a tower that is described as luxury apartments is not addressing the Oak Park affordable housing opportunity gap. From a quality of life perspective, the mass, scale, and height of this 10-story tower will block direct sun for all east-facing units of 110 South Marion, most of which are senior citizens. Lowering the height perhaps to 2 stories would allow direct sunlight for a portion of the day and negate the view shed issues. Most importantly, from a safety perspective, this building proposal has such mass and scale on such a small parking lot that it requires 10 stories to accommodate 24 apartments and the 45 cars for both the residents as well as the people who work in the Boulevard Arcade building. It will require 2 car lifts. For the car lift to move 1 car from the second it pulls into the lift is then transported to the appropriate parking level, exits the lift, and then returns for the next car can take up to a minute or more. Imagine the excessive gridlock in the alley, the only access for many residents in the area. If 10 or more cars returned at the same time, or 20 cars, or 30, or all 45 cars, this will cause a potential life-threatening situation due to the delay for fire trucks, EMTs, and police. Additionally, it will cause gridlock for numerous service trucks in the alley, such as sanitation, food service trucks, delivery trucks, as well as residents' cars, pedestrians, and bike riders. If approved, this life-threatening situation will never have a remedy and will create a permanent endangerment. Now, the right perspective. Do not allow a 10-story building of this size, mass, and scale to be built in this location. The right perspective is perhaps a 2-story building that is subordinate to the historic landmark for this unique location. By doing so, the Board of Trustees reduce the view shed impact on historic landmarks attached to and near this building. You reduce the quality of life issues for nearby residents. You demonstrate respect for the HPC's decisions. And most of all, you significantly reduce the life-threatening alley gridlock issues. This appeal should clearly be denied. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Clerk Waters, if you'll please proceed with the next 4 as you have them in your order.
Roberta Arnold.
Good evening. Thank you for your service. My name is Roberta Arnold. I've been a resident of Oak Park since 1991. I currently reside at 110 South Marion Street. I am reading a letter from Kendra Parson, who is the advocacy manager of Landmarks Illinois. One of the things about Landmarks Illinois that I'd like to say is that their vision is a future where preservation is an accessible, equitable, and effective tool supporting strategic, community-driven revitalization. And that's a vision that Ms. Parson articulates in this letter. To President Skaman and the Board of Trustees, on behalf of Landmarks Illinois, we urge the board to uphold the Historic Preservation Commission's denial of a certificate of appropriateness to construct a 10-story rear addition at 1031-35 South Boulevard, known as the Boulevard Arcade Building. Since January, we have provided several letters and a statement to the HPC outlining our opposition. Because it is an individually designated Oak Park landmark, proposals for the Boulevard Arcade Building merit a high degree of scrutiny. The applicant's proposal is wholly out of sync with Oak Park's architectural review guidelines. Mr. Sheese, the applicant's architect, has asserted before the HPC that he believes his design to meet review guidelines. Now, it is true that the guidelines are subjective. They deliberately leave room for nuance and flexibility, but the suitability of the proposed design is not a question of nuance. It goes against preservation standards in almost every aspect. Mr. Sheese has also stated before the Historic Preservation Commission that the owner's reason for seeking this approval is the expiration of a historic tax freeze that this property previously received. Having financially benefited from the Boulevard Arcade Building's landmark status under Oak Park's Historic Preservation Ordinance, it is irreconcilable that the owner now seeks to override the standards of that ordinance. My organization places a high value on the use of thoughtful design to add density and housing to landmark properties. Regrettably, thoughtful design is not what is before you for consideration. We urge you to deny the certificate of appropriateness. Sincerely, Kendra Parson. Thank you.
So Kendra Parson is speaking on behalf of Landmarks Illinois or herself?
Yes, Landmarks Illinois.
Please go ahead.
Robert Royals.
Good evening. My name is Robert Royals. I've lived in Oak Park since 1982. Thank you for your commitment to our village and to the value of transparency in its government. My comments focus on the threats to transparency inherent in the project before you. First, you're being asked by an ill-defined development team to overturn 4 unanimous decisions made by our community's trusted advisors at the HPC. Second, you're being asked to take such an extraordinary step by stakeholders whose positions and actions have put some of our trustees in a difficult, possibly conflictual position. I will not reiterate the magnificent case against granting the required COA made so well by our HPC and several other qualified speakers and members of the community over the past 8 months and 4 meetings of the Commission. Instead, I want to share the results of my research on this project with all of you. In my research, I've learned that the co-managers of Sachem Building LLC, the entity that controls the existing landmark structure, are Oak Park Plan Commissioner Paul Beckwith, his wife Leah, and CFXN LLC, managed by John Trent Stoner. According to CFXN's 2024 annual report, Commissioner Beckwith is also the advisor for real estate strategy to CFXN. the group who seems to be the developer. Architect John Sheese is the spokesperson for the project and has indicated that Commissioner Beckwith is part of the development team and/or a project owner. Avenue One Realty is the proposed leasing broker for the new structure. One of the principals of Avenue One is Mariano Mullo. Mr. Sheese has repeatedly stated that the proposed project is owned by Boulevard Arcade Homes, LLC, an entity that does not exist in the Illinois Secretary of State's database of existing corporate entities. I researched other popular states to domicile LLCs with no luck. We don't know who the managers, owners of Boulevard Arcade Homes are, if they can fund the project, or if they have any expertise or experience in attaching a new 10-story structure to a landmark building. To summarize my first point, an entity that does not seem to exist legally, with unknown funding or expertise, is asking our village board to overturn 4 unanimous decisions by our community's experts for the purpose of attaching a tower of 24 luxury apartments to a landmark structure that Beckwith has already received a 20-year tax freeze on, so they can receive another massive tax benefit and an increased valuation of the underlying asset. Now to my second point about members of this board being put in a possibly compromising position. 3 individuals centrally involved in the project have made donations to President Skaman, Paul Beckwith, John Sheese, and Mariano Mullo. Mr. Beckwith and Mr. Sheese have made donations to Trustee Wesley. President Skaman named Trustee Wesley as trustee liaison to the Plan Commission, on which Mr. Beckwith sits. Such donations are not illegal by any means. But the fact that they have been made by people with strong stakes in the project to people empowered by the voters of Oak Park to make decisions on such projects undermines trust and transparency. One option available to President Skaman and Trustee Wesley is to recuse themselves from the board vote. As for the other trustees, you need to ask yourselves if this tower attached to a landmark is the type of development you want in this village. The legacy of Oak Park's historic architecture belongs to all its citizens. Do you want your names to be associated with such trampling to that legacy and a possible public perception of cronyism? I implore our community's Board of Trustees to heed the advice given by our experts at the Historic Preservation Commission to not approve the application for a certificate of appropriateness. Thank you for your time and your patience.
Another?
Bill Bauer.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Bill Bauer. I've been a resident since 1963, so I think I win for 61 years. My initial plan was to use my 3 minutes to go through all of the points and reasons why the development fails to meet historic preservation guidelines, as I've done it 4 times before the HPC. And then I realized you really don't need me to do that. The HPC, a group that's far more dedicated, knowledgeable, and qualified than I, had already made this decision not once but 4 times, unanimously rejecting the COA and succinctly setting forth the basis for its decisions. The village has also received numerous letters and documents in opposition to the development, a petition signed by over 70 of our neighbors, and a large record which supports the denial of the COA. So what I would like to talk about in my 2 minutes and 19 seconds is commitment and trust. Over the past 9 months, I've observed the HPC's commitment to preserve the architectural integrity of Oak Park and this particular historic landmark. I've seen the thoughtful analysis that they've employed. I've heard the educated commentary shared by many of the commissioners, and I've developed a trust in that body's ability to adhere to its mission, which I also understand to be the mission of Oak Park. And indeed, the qualifications listed for membership on the commission include demonstrated expertise in the discipline of history, architectural history, architecture, engineering, planning, law, real estate, etc. In considering this appeal tonight, I would humbly suggest that the trustees are faced with the same 2 constructs, commitment and trust. Is the village committed to preserving the structural and architectural integrity of Oak Park? Can the residents of Oak Park trust that commitment? Does the village have trust in the commitment of the HPC to do what they were charged to do, commissioners who were appointed to the position based upon their qualifications? Is the village committed to standing behind the commission and in turn its ability to reach the right result? A vote to uphold the denial of the COA establishes that commitment, it recognizes that trust, it honors the rightful decision that's already been made. A vote in favor of the COA does the absolute opposite, I would share. It rejects the commission's ability to reach the right result. It ignores their qualifications to do so and diminishes the trust that the residents have in Oak Park's commitment to historic preservation. For those reasons, as well as all the documents that have been presented, as well as the past 4 hearings before the HPC, the COA needs to be denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
And the last one. Are Nancy and Rick, are either Nancy or Rick Van Dyke here?
If we can, are you together? Are they together?
I mean,
Well, because
they have the
that'd be,
same name.
oh,
They're like together. Okay.
well, we only have one more left. So, oh, thank you.
I just wanted to say, I'm Nancy Van Dyke, and I'm a resident of 110 South Marion, and I really would like to give my time to others in the room who are speaking in favor of the amendment. I did not intend to speak, and I wrote a note on that to you. But I wanted to let you know that I would like to hear from some others in the room who are for the amendment.
I'll listen to one more public, or we will take one more public comment. I do appreciate everyone for being here. I have watched all Historic Preservation Commission meetings involved with this, and I will be making my decision tonight solely on the information provided and the merits of the entire presentation from Historic Preservation Commission. Thank you.
Ryan, is Ryan here? Okay. Todd or Carrie Anderson? And Bob Wyatt? Okay. And Dave Bates?
Good evening, trustees. I'm Dave Bates, member of the Historic Preservation Commission, but I'm speaking purely in my capacity as a citizen. You've heard a number of arguments for and against this building. You have a lot of documentation about that. I wanted to speak briefly about the process of how we got here. In July, this was the third of the 4 times that this proposal was unanimously rejected. One of the commissioners on our body asked Mr. Sheese, the architect, for an explanation on something, which is why when we were seeing this building for the 3rd time, when we and the community had taken time to offer thoughtful comments and questions, why were we not seeing significant changes in the proposal? Why were we seeing a very similar building for the 3rd time? And Mr. Sheese gave a lengthy answer, and one of the things he said is that his client was preparing for an eventual appeal to the village board. And so it became apparent that Mr. Sheese and his client really did not have any intention of taking the HPC's suggestions or decisions, or those of the community, seriously. They had no intention of following the established procedure and getting their project approved, and their intention instead was to circumvent a duly appointed village body and the process it represents, in the hopes that you here tonight might be better disposed toward their proposal. I understand that housing supply and housing costs are major issues facing our village. I understand that resolving these issues may conflict with historic preservation, and at the risk of incurring the wrath of some of my comrades, I frankly don't begrudge anyone who would prioritize housing cost and supply over the interest of historic preservation. But I would say that regardless of your opinions on these larger issues or on this particular building, I feel very strongly that the process here was not appropriate. And so I fear that granting the COA would serve as a tacit endorsement of this process and an encouragement to other developers to engage in similar conduct. And so if nothing else, in the interest of good governance, I would respectfully ask that you deny the COA. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll turn it back over to staff.
Thank you, President Skinman, trustee members. Craig Baylor, Development Service Director, and Mike Bruce, Village Planner, are available to answer questions about this item. Craig.
Thank you. Excuse me. The Art Deco style 10-story building with 24 dwelling units Project is proposed for the rear of a Boulevard Arcade building, which was actually landmarked by the village in 2007. The item before the Plan Commission. The item before the Village Board tonight is an appeal by the applicant of the Historic Preservation Commission's decision to deny the certificate of appropriateness. Mike Bruce, our village manager, gosh, boy. I need to start, take two. Mike Bruce, our village planner, will walk you through the project and discuss the interaction with the Historic Preservation Commission. Lou Garapolo, the Historic Preservation Commission chair, is also available for questions this evening. Mr. John Sheese, the applicant, as well as Mr. Trent Stoner, the owner's representative, is here. If you have any questions for them, they have, if you would allow, they have asked to provide a brief statement prior to staff's overview, but that is at the purview of the board. Thank you.
Okay. If there, Mike, thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Failer. Thank you, Village Board. My name is Mike Bruce, and I'm the village planner, not the village manager. As Mr. Failer said, the applicant's proposal is to construct a 10-story addition in an Art Deco architectural style behind an existing landmark building located in the Pleasant District. The addition will consist of 6 levels of residential space, 24 units, above 3 levels of parking, and 39 parking spaces are proposed. It was determined that the 10-story addition project meets the definition for a certificate of appropriateness. Therefore, a COA excuse me, from the HPC is required and thus must meet the architectural review guidelines. The architectural review guidelines allow for vertical additions as long as they are set back so that they do not visually overwhelm the primary facade of the building. The size, configuration, and massing of additions shall be such that when viewed from the street, the addition does not visually overpower the historic building. Additions at front facades are generally prohibited, and rear additions are generally most appropriate. The overall massing and scale of a vertical addition shall be compatible with the scale of the neighboring buildings, and contemporary design compatible with the historic buildings and the surrounding is encouraged. So starting in December and ending in August, the Historic Preservation Commission held meetings and public hearings on the proposal. The relevant standards that were used are from the Secretary of Interior Standards of Rehabilitation and the relevant standards from the requirements for new construction, addition, and demolition projects. In the end, the HPC voted to not issue a certificate of appropriateness for the proposed addition at 1035 South Boulevard. The applicant chose to appeal these decisions to the Village Board. Lou Garapolo, the HPC chair, can speak to the HPC's decision not to issue the COA, who is here tonight. And as Mr. Failer said, Mr. Sheese and Trent Stoner are also here for questions.
I will honor the request to make a statement. Thank you, Mike.
Good evening. Thank you for allowing us some time. I'll be as brief as possible, which is difficult, but Mike outlined the process. Through the process, we had a challenge. We had a challenge of preserving a historic landmark, an asset to the community, and also reposition it for a long future. A lot of us can see examples in the village where these assets were disinvested, and they didn't want that. They wanted to preserve it, and that led to a unique building because it was set back. It is set back, proposed to be set back 85 feet from the front. That's visually substantial. All of these things are a matter of record. I'm sure you've read and seen the staff report and possibly even some videos. But what we were led to by our ownership team was a challenge to enhance the building, to enhance the asset for the village and for that. So we followed the process. 4 meetings, with one exception. That's frankly the requirement. I was involved in 118 Home, where it took over 4 meetings to get that development approved. That's just the way it happens with going back and forth, listening to recommendations. We cited 5 substantial changes from the first time we submitted the design to the last meeting. We lowered it in building height. We changed the elevation. Those were comments directly from HPC. And we took that to heart. And the ownership agreed to lower the height of the building at a substantial cost. It meant putting 2 lifts in the building, 2 parking lifts. That was how we reduced it. We also reduced the height, the bulk of the top floor, the community room. When originally presented, it was much larger. So does the process work? Yes. I think we have a better building than we first started. And, but the appeals process is part of the ordinance. So I'll stop there. Our lead investor is here, and hopefully we can summarize some closing comments after. We're here to answer questions. We'd love to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. So where to go from here? I think I just want to address, before I see where we're at with my colleagues and what their concerns are, the process for a moment, because I was confused myself. And I remember I asked for some clarification as I was watching the meetings of the village manager. So I also asked for any assistance in this as well. I think, and I watched them, unfortunately, out of order, which made it that much more confusing. So then to go back and try to figure it out. The very first meeting, and so Lou, anything that I say that you want to respond to when we call you up next, please do, okay? There were, because I watched the last meeting, knowing this was coming up, and yes, there was a lot of saying that nothing had been changed, nothing had been changed. But then when I went back and watched all the meetings, there was, at the very first meeting, I did see what John is talking about. There was a discussion of actually complementing the clock. There was discussion about the facade at the top being heavy and the facade being taller, and when it was brought back, it was brought down. So I was confused then later as to why it was stated that there were no changes. And so I just welcome any response to that for my own clarity when you do come up. But I also was questioning as you know, because I do the bring the names forward for the appointments to the Historic Preservation Commission, and I take some time, and I think I'm very grateful to the people who serve on not just that commission, but all of the commissions. And I didn't understand why, in essence, 5 meetings also. You know, I mean, that seems like a waste of time and disrespectful to the people sitting at the Historic Preservation Commission. But then I did, you know, try to understand why that happened, and it was that it is written in our code. Maybe there's room to change that, by the way, because I just do think it's kind of a lot. That you know, it came forward first with this early architectural review, and then a meeting. Craig, what's the first 2 meetings? And then there was a deadline missed it to come to the board earlier, so then he in essence had to do it again. Is that right?
Mike will walk you through that.
Yeah.
Thank you, please do.
All right. So, and Lou, correct me if I make a mistake here, but the first meeting was December 12th, 2024. It was a preliminary discussion.
Yes.
Okay. Next meeting, January 9th, 2025. That was a formal certificate of appropriateness application, and the HPC chose not to issue the COA. After this meeting, the architect chose to modify the plans, and that starts the process over. I don't know if start the process over is the right word, but that led us to the March 27th meeting, where they were going to review the changes that were made by the architect. That meeting was postponed. And then we get to May 22nd, when we had a formal COA application, and it was denied by the HPC. However, the next step is to appeal by the applicant to have a formal public hearing. But the applicant missed the deadline to appeal. So then the next meeting, July 24th, is kind of back at the first stage again, reviewing the certificate of appropriateness again. Okay? And then after the meeting on July 24th, the applicant appealed the denial, and it goes back for a public hearing in front of the HPC.
So so it was denied, and then you still have to come back for a public hearing?
Correct, an appeal.
Why is that?
Well, the code is written that way, so if you get a denial on a certificate of appropriateness just based on a regular meeting, then you can come back and you can provide additional information. At the public hearing, you can bring in experts, you can provide additional information for the HPC to review at a public hearing, similar to like the Plan Commission or the Zoning Board of Appeals. And people can come and speak about it. They can do cross-examinations just like any other public hearing. So it's really kind of setting it up for a similar approval that the Plan Commission or the Zoning Board of Appeal does. But the HPC gets to make the final decision. It's not a recommendation to the board. So when the HPC denies the application at a public hearing, that's when the applicant can appeal their decision to the board. And that's where we are tonight.
And only at that point can they
And only
bring
at that
it
point.
to the board?
Yes.
Okay, and I also heard in watching the meetings that it does happen that people miss deadlines, and this isn't necessarily an isolated case. Is that correct? I mean,
Yes, that's correct.
okay. Then, Lou, is there anything you want to share at this point, or you want to just be responsive to questions?
I'll just respond to the questions.
Thank you. Okay, who'd like to start us off this evening? No one's jumping. It's customary for me to go last, so. Brian, thank you, Brian.
So, just sort of as a question, as I'm mulling over what I've read and everything I've heard tonight, this property is zoned DT3, correct? And
Yes.
so there's in the code, there's a height maximum of 60 feet in that zoning category, right?
That sounds correct, yes.
So regardless of the decision we make tonight regarding the questions around the certificate of appropriateness, this project has further processes it has to go through. Is that right?
Only if we approve it. Yes.
Yeah, sorry. If we decline the
Certificate of appropriateness.
or rather, if we reverse the decision, it has a ways to go still through various processes.
It would be a plan unit development process.
Okay. Can you lay out what that process looks like?
A plan unit development is a big special use where an applicant can request relief from the zoning districts, regulations, and other regulations in the zoning ordinance. It's a more efficient way to handle a large-scale project. That's it in a nutshell.
And I guess, can you walk through what the public process for a plan development?
Right, there will be a public hearing. It'll be at the Planning Commission level. The Planning Commission will review the application. They'll review it against the plan unit development standards. Public will have an opportunity to weigh in on the proposal. And the Planning Commission would make a recommendation back to the village board.
And that plan commission process is typically where concerns regarding traffic, density, impacts on the alley, those kinds of concerns are typically plan commission concerns rather than historic preservation commission concerns.
I would say that's correct.
So I wanted to make sure I had my understanding correct. For our discussion here tonight, our discussion really focuses on the historic preservation questions around this development.
That's correct.
Okay, I want to hear what everybody else has, what questions everybody else has, and then I might have some follow-up questions as I think through this.
Corey?
So I have a question. This particular parcel is not in the historic district, correct?
No, it is not. It is a landmark outside of the district.
Got it. Okay. And then is this proposed building connected to the landmark?
Yes.
Meaning physically
Attached.
is
Yes,
attached.
physically attached.
Okay. And what's currently on the parcel where they're looking to build?
So my understanding is that they'll be removing an addition off the back of the building that was not part of the historic building itself, but was added to a historic structure prior to it being a landmark. So they'll remove that piece, and then the rest of the site that they're building on is the parking lot.
Got it. Okay, so they're actually restoring a historic building to its more historic nature. That's what I think I heard. In addition to building something new.
They're basically replacing a newer addition with a brand new addition.
Correct, right. Okay. So our historic districts are large enough, honestly, for them versus to be reaching outside of the district and exercising power. I think for me personally, this fact that this has gone through 4 hearings and then still needs to go through even more hearings in the plan development, I don't even know why they want to build anything here. Like, it's already been a year since they've started this, and it's probably going to be another year before they finish, right? I think this is a problem, right? And we at this board need to fix that. We can't have folks waiting 2 years before they can know whether or not they can actually build something, or even a year. I think that's unacceptable, and I think it's going to cost us development that we would otherwise use. Because if anyone here has ever watched the board meeting that I participated in, they would know that housing is one of my #1 priorities, and adding more housing units, no matter what they cost, increases the affordability generally of the entire village. And so, in general, I'm going to be supportive of adding additional housing to this village. I also don't really care about parking lots. So if we're going to build a building on a parking lot, I think that elevates the use of that land above what it's currently being used, above how it's currently being used. And I think that is a value add for the village as well. Parking doesn't pay very much in property taxes, but buildings do. Buildings actually add neighbors to a community, and those neighbors bring vibrancy. They also provide the basis of which our business districts thrive. We've noticed that when we added these additional buildings at downtown Oak Park, our businesses thrive to the point that we made record sales tax revenue numbers 2 years in a row, right? And we saw record business license applications 2 years in a row. These things don't happen accidentally. This is all part of a system, and that system needs people to actually run it. And so when I think about whether or not we should build an additional building on a plot of land that is currently serving mostly as parking and an addition that nobody can actually see, or if we should leave it as parking and be completely underutilized as it is now. I mean, for me, the decision is easy. And God, it just shouldn't take 4 meetings to get you guys here. I've been biting my tongue on this in public because that's the law, and I can't, comment on this. But this is insane that this has been going on for a year, and we're just not hearing about it. Then you're going to go back through the plan development process again, which might take you another year. And it's going to be all the same people who are going to then say that this building shouldn't be built, and they're going to use probably the same arguments, maybe different ones, but it'll be the same, right? So you got to go through this whole thing all over again. We can't run a village that way. I think I touched on everything that I wanted to touch on. My vote is to overturn the HPC. And also, we need to revisit the guidance that we provide to them so that this doesn't happen again. We can't have folks going to. It's a waste of the HPC's time, right? It's a waste of our time. It's a waste of the folks who are proposing to build in our village's time, right? Like I heard one of the public commenters mention, right, that, and also throughout the meetings and the minutes, right, that there are, that why are we seeing this here again, right, over and over again? It's 4 times in a row, right? Like they get it, everybody gets it. HPC didn't like it. They voted 4 times to not do it. It could have been once, and then it could have come here. And then we could have decided whatever this vote outcome is going to be, and then we can move on with everybody can move on with their life, right? But we've wasted the commission's time over the course of a year. We've wasted, an applicant's time over the course of the year, and we will continue to do that over the next year as well, which I apologize for. My decision might actually be different if this was inside of a historic district. I think our historic districts are way too big. They encompass way too many houses. We are not that historic. We're not that special, right? And I think we like to think so. But our landmarks, those are great. But we have an entire historic district that's dedicated to stucco. Read the ordinance. And when I think about what makes Oak Park great, it's not just the buildings, it's also the people. And in order to get people, we need places for them to live. There are so many Oak Parkers who have made such a huge difference on this world. And they might not be Oak Parkers if they didn't have a place to live in this village. And the only thing that the only reason that they had a place to live here is because we had housing. We used to build housing. We don't do that anymore. So again, I think my vote is to overturn this, and my votes are always going to be in favor of housing.
Jim.
So I just have I have a couple questions. First, I want to thank the HBC for the work here. I think that they did their best efforts to try to align with the standards of the Secretary of the Interior and come to a analysis on each one of the 10 standards and try to match them up as best they could. And I do think that that's important work, and I do thank them for that. And it was a lot of effort, multiple times, as you may have heard. So I just have one question for Mr. Sheese, if I could. Sorry. So on the last iteration that went of this most recent meeting, where they denied the certificate of appropriateness, were there any changes on that, on the information they presented at that particular meeting, on that last meeting?
From the previous
ones?
No.
Why was that the case? Because this group is saying out of 10 items here, not all can be changed, certainly. There are some that just can't because they're not going to fit. But like no movement on 9 of the 10 items that they're referencing. Why is that the case?
Well, we disagree on that, trustee. For the first time in all 4 hearing processes, I presented our view, our positions, and cited evidence that we had submitted, that we had overwhelmingly met at least 8. You have to remember the 10 have subjective language.
Correct.
And I didn't think we'd get here, but, you know, we highlighted it after the fact. There are subjective words in there that say, well, you can lean one way or the other. But we felt solid with the 8, and our team reviewed it. This is a very smart investment team that got really into the details. As a matter of fact, as we were thinking about coming tonight, we reviewed them, and we said, we believe this, but we also submitted this evidence. On building height in the neighborhood, we presented 2 charts that were from the village, zoning charts that say, hey, this is the neighborhood. And in the neighborhood, there's a 12-story building. There's a 18-story building. And we cited where they were. They're within 5 minutes walking distance of each other. I think you know which ones I'm talking about. Yes. So we made a strong effort, and we believed that we had exhausted our efforts. We lowered the building height. We changed the top of the building. We changed the ground floor of the building to address concerns that were outside the historic preservation, but they were loud echoes from the neighbors about queuing. 2 elevators, 1 minute each. That's way beyond the standards. But we thought, we've heard it from the fire chief, we've heard it from other folks, let's make those changes. Those are hidden changes that aren't reflective in the summary as you saw them. So did we believe we got 8 out of the 10 standards, where when I sat on the commission, that's like good enough for me, 8 out of 10? And we took it to heart, and we presented it. So was there anything different presented? Yeah, we did. Let me leave it at that. I think I've answered your question.
Just a question, I mean, for maybe Mr. Failer, Mr. Bruce, is there any sort of way to reconcile the differences that, I mean, that's big, like we have, talk about not having a meeting of the minds here. We've had two different reads on these standards that are so different. I understand there's some room for interpretation, but out of 10, like there's what, a couple that we're in agreement on, and the rest we're, the 2 between the village and, I mean, is there any sort of I mean, I guess just let the process play out, obviously, but I just see that to be very broad. What do you think?
Lou, do you want to answer? Try to take a shot at answering that. Could I have Lou try to answer
Sure.
the question?
And I'll wrap up after this. I only have one other thing.
Just so you know, the historic preservation has to determine whether they meet the standards or not. It's not staff, it's the HPC.
Right, but
so the discrepancy is between the applicant and the HPC.
okay, well then,
Yeah, and the what did you say?
And the commission.
commission
Yes.
itself. So,
President Skaman, honorable trustees. Yeah, some of these statements that there were no revisions is not correct. Initially, the height was changed, as was stated, by 9 feet. The point of the review is that the building is overpowering a landmark building. So, yes, it's not in a historic district, but it's a landmark. So there are guidelines for landmark buildings. What are the other elements? The material of the building is not compatible with the building surrounding. There were no changes to the submittal. It's metal. All of the building is metal panels. All of what exists on the street in that entire block is masonry.
Right.
So is there a way to respond to that? The building could be masonry or stone. That would be a response. We've included in the back of our summary all of the items that are not compatible.
that's a good summary.
Yeah, so massing and scale, how do you respond to that? Well, I think as somebody mentioned, maybe a smaller building. would respond to that. Changing it by 9 feet doesn't respond to that. The proposed addition really does overpower the landmark. That's one of the reasons for the guidelines, excuse me. So to respond to that, it's a building that is has much less bulk, would respond to it. So again, the commission took a lot of time to review the submittal and come up with the comments. The commission feels strongly. There's several members of the commission that have attended this meeting tonight because of that. And so I just urge your thoughtful review of what we submitted. The need for housing notwithstanding.
Very good. So just one more question for Mr. Cease, and I'll be done. Sorry. Thank you, Mr. Greppel. So just a quick question. To that point, these other things are a little bit more difficult, I know, for a developer when you're talking height and density. But the materials, it doesn't seem like there was, is there a reason why those seem to be easier things? Maybe there's cost implications, obviously, to those, but they seem to be not difficult. Perhaps the most easy thing to change is to make the choice of materials compatible with the existing structure, and that doesn't seem like that happened. What is the reason for that?
Well, as context around that question, 4 towers have been approved. Not one of them has a masonry exterior, and there's a reason for that, because there isn't just the initial cost, there's the long-term maintenance of maintaining masonry at 8, 9, 10 stories. It's a significant cost, and it usually is a development killer.
Okay.
That's the straight answer, trustee. I would like to point out a few things. The chart you're referring to that the board got a copy of, that was never submitted into evidence. That was a commissioner taking documents that we supplied for their own use, brought it in front of you. That was never given to us. We're the ones that presented that with our opinions. So that chart you're referring to, they had 4 hearings to bring that to our attention. Never did.
Okay, thank you. So just to sum up, this is a very difficult decision. I think there is value in letting the process play out, but I also hear the other side, which there are some sincere concerns here. And in terms of the standards that exist and this not meeting some or many of them, and it is concerning, and I'm still considering this as we sit here tonight. Thank you.
Okay, anyone prepared to go next?
I also find this to be quite difficult. I really appreciate the time and the commitment of the Historic Preservation Commission, and I don't feel good dismissing expertise and a lot of effort and time by overturning a well-thought decision. I heard public comments tonight expressing concerns unrelated to the historic character of the proposal that I think were important points to make, as well as reading all of the emails that we've gotten on this related to safety. In particular, I care very much about, and also the fairness and transparency of process. I think those are very fair concerns, and I appreciate them being brought here and tonight and then in email. I know we're supposed to be focused on just the HPC rejection of the certificate of appropriateness, but I do think because we are talking about housing, this is a moment for us to maybe recommit, no, not maybe, we should recommit, I'm calling us to recommit to strengthening our inclusionary housing ordinance so that we can't get proposals of 24 units that get away with contributing to our trust fund, and we don't get any set-asides for affordability. So those are my primary concerns, because we need more housing. Housing is a priority, and I would really like to see us put the parameters in place so that we get the developments that most serve our community in providing the housing that's so desperately need. I know that's not what we're making a decision on tonight, but I can't help myself. So with that said, I think the other side that I'm weighing here are the reasons for the rejection listed in the report, and they all pretty much seem to deal with the size of the proposed building, which is not one of the concerns that I'm weighing around this development. I don't think that is the priority as opposed to the other things I've mentioned, but most importantly, the increase of housing supply in our community. So that's where I'm at right now.
Brian did comment, but are you fine with Jarrett going first and then coming to you, or is it contributing to the dialogue?
It's contributing to dialogue, but I'm sure his will too.
Thank you. Yeah, this is very enlightening to hear this conversation play out. I'm a big fan of process. I'm a big fan of logic and deterministic outcomes, and this feels like the process doesn't feel like you know what you're going to get when you go through this process. Anybody, right? The folks who are trying to build these buildings, the folks who are trying to evaluate a set of criteria. It's been said many times tonight that there are sort of, there's lots of room for interpretation in this process. And that just seems really frustrating. It seems like the cause of a lot of frustration for a lot of folks. So I'm learning that. I am very curious. I think Trustee Wesley mentioned that this is something we need to revisit. What are these protocols? Because I also don't like wasting people's time, and it seems like that's what has happened here quite a bit through this process. So I'll start with that, just because it seems like there's some work to do here that I think us as a board can help weigh in, but I think also obviously members of the HPC as well. I think you're living this, right? As well as the folks who are trying to get through this process, right? There's lots of views to take into consideration here. So I really think we should do that, because it really shouldn't take this long to get to where we are right now. And as Trustee Wesley also mentioned, if this even proceeds, there's even more work, right? And that's just, it's such a waste of time, waste of money to have to spend so much time on that. Where I'm sitting at it, especially looking at it through a climate perspective, density is better for the climate, and housing is something that we need in this village. And so that is a thing that I am weighing more heavily in this situation. So that's where I'm sitting with this particular decision, is that I think the need for housing is there, and this is an opportunity to build more housing. Trustee Levin-Jacobson also made a very good point that, we're getting to 24 units, but 25 would have triggered some affordable housing requirements and things like that. If this does come back to us, I would love to see and have some input into that, because we do need more housing, not just luxury, right, which was mentioned from lots of the public comment tonight, affordable housing. And so I know that has cost implications, but that's what we're here to do. We're here to make sure that Oak Park is growing, is prosperous for all of us, and for folks who can't afford luxury apartments. So I'm not related to the decision tonight, but that's just something to keep in mind for the future. All right, that's me.
Go ahead, Brian.
If this building had been proposed to have been built in the parking lot of 1039, instead of 1035, would it have triggered Historic Preservation Commission review? 1039 is the building next door. It's the Oak Park Regional Housing Center. It has a parking lot about the same size in the back.
It'd still be within 250 feet of a landmark, and it would still be under the purview of the HBC to review.
Okay.
But not a COA.
So they would have had an advisory review, but no COA would be required, and it wouldn't have come before us.
That's correct.
I think this is, this is one of the things I'm struggling with is if it had been proposed in the parking lot next door, it wouldn't have required a COA. If it had been built not just in the parking lot behind the building next door, but literally next door in 1039, the buildings abut each other, it wouldn't have required a COA. It would have had a much more significant impact on the visual of the landmark. It would have had a much more significant impact on that streetscape, and it wouldn't have required a COA. On the other side of this building that we're talking about, right next to the Boulevard Arcade, we have a collision center. We have an auto body shop. I have difficulty reconciling the historic preservation concerns of a building that's set back 85 feet from the street with the fact that we have an auto body shop right next door to the structure. And so I value, I think the Historic Preservation Commission did a great job applying the standards. I think that the Historic Preservation Commission, gave all the time and attention that one would have hoped to those standards. But I do think that what's being replaced is a parking lot and a 2007 addition for utilities on the back of the building. The thing that's being preserved, it isn't something worth the preservation. It's the parking lot. And the Opera Club is just as disruptive to the streetscape and to the massing and to all of the concerns that are being discussed here, but because it's not on that lot, it didn't require a COA when it was built. And so, so I do think that we need to, I do think that we need to take a look at how we address these concerns, because I think that the Historic Preservation Commission did an excellent job applying the standards that they are given, and in this context, it didn't seem to result in a logical result, because what's being preserved is a parking lot. I I'm reserving all of the all of the questions that will be sort of plan development questions for when we're addressing those concerns, because, you know, folks are raising concerns about parking and about traffic and those kinds of things. And it sounds like there's going to be another opportunity to discuss all of that. But I think we need to make sure that we are having the review in front of the Historic Preservation Commission align with what we're looking to come out of those votes. Because if we're regularly in a position of overturning those decisions, that means that we, as a board, have failed to keep that ordinance in line with what we are attempting to achieve out of that commission. And that is a failure on our part. It is not a failure on the part of the commission and that process. I would also say, as we're discussing that process point, there should be a possibility, if someone misses a deadline, that, you know, they can request a waiver of that deadline, and the commission can grant a waiver of that deadline, so it can go directly to an appeal to the board, so that we are not causing the commission to waste, and the applicant to waste their time going through 2 additional meetings that everyone understands is, you know, a bit of a show just for, like, I need to come and appear and stamp something. They already went through, you know, a meeting and the appeal, that public hearing. We can waive a deadline. The commission can waive the deadline to allow an appeal to the board, if that's a process that we bake into that ordinance. So, I mean, I think that's something we ought to consider if this is something that is happening with some frequency, because I know if I were on the Historic Preservation Commission, I too would have been terribly frustrated by sitting through 2 additional meetings considering the exact same application that had already been rejected, when everybody there knew, applicant and commission, that the purpose of those meetings was just setting up the ultimate appeal to the village board, which procedurally they had done once and just missed a deadline for. Ultimately, I'm going to be voting to overturn the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission for the reasons I stated before. But I do think, as we go through the plan development process, I think given the nature of the development, given that it's right up against the minimums for contribution to the Affordable Housing Fund, you know, as we're considering what those concessions through the plan process, I'd like to see, you know, significant funding towards the Affordable Housing Fund. I'd like to see consideration regarding improvements to the alley that might be necessary to support the fact that one of the primary entrances is going to be through the alley. And I would love to, you know, maybe see I would love to see them contributing to maybe some public art that could also allow for bike storage there. You know, let's be thoughtful about what we can do is we're considering what the back and forth in that process would look like.
And then GB.
So just real quick, I just want to, while I was listening to folks and thinking about this one, there's a lot of people in this room right now, a lot of folks here who are largely protesting the fact that the building is rather large compared to like nothing being there or what the desire to be there. I just want to point out that, you know, the fact that the applicant had to go through a year's worth of hearings in order to get to this point makes development more expensive, which is why you get large buildings, right? Because the building has to actually be financially viable in order to be built. And the more time it takes, the more expense that is, which means you need more units that actually to recoup that investment. If we made development actually easier here, more clear, I'm not saying we need to abolish all development concerns, but what I am saying is that if it was more clear, more transparent, and folks knew what they could build, or at least had a reasonable understanding of that, then this process can be a lot more seamless. It would be less expensive, and then maybe a smaller building might pencil out, right? But as long as you're in this situation where this building is going to take 2 years to get built, right? Like, it's who knows what interest rates are going to be there, be in 2 years. Who knows what material costs are going to be in 2 years, so on and so forth, right? And you get to the point where in order to build something, you have to overbuild it to compensate for the fact that you don't know when you're going to get approved for it. And ultimately, you got to have a profit in order if you want to get investment. You know, I've also heard about the Affordable Housing Fund. I really support the Affordable Housing Fund. I do want to note, though, too, that it's really interesting asking somebody who's going to be going through a process for 2 years to then give us some money behind it. I mean, I would like it still, but I do recognize the bit of an issue there for me at least. But yeah, I mean, I would still like to see that happen. But that's why I just wanted to note those two things.
Thank you. Trustee Anya.
All right, we've made it here, and it's 9:30. I'll try not to talk too much so I don't cough it up. But a lot of things said. I think I wholeheartedly, in so many different ways, agree with things that have been said on both sides. I think, you know, I had the opportunity to meet with Roberta, and we had an opportunity to walk the block to see what significant changes would be made over time and how that could affect residents that are currently living in the area, but also how that density would affect us on things like Thursday night outs and things that microbrew review, things that would be in that same area that would cause for an extreme amount of confusion during those times, and also some real navigational issues. I mean, that block has gone over so much development over, you know, the past, 5-10 years. It doesn't look the same at all, but people are contributing to our community in such a vibrant and needed way. I'm one of those people who's like, yes, if we are getting buildings that actually contribute to the Affordable Housing Fund, I'm always for it. That was the first thing I asked you was, hey, is this contributing? And she said no. I was like, well, it's going to be hard to get my vote on something like that because that is where I want to see a significant growth in Oak Park, but those standards have to be met, and it always seems like developers come underneath that all the time. So I don't think if I said, hey, well, now it's at 25, they'd be like, well, we're going to do 24. Or if you say you're going to do 30, they're going to say we're going to do 29. I feel like that's always the problem. I'd love to have a good relationship there, but I remember when I was moving out of my apartment and told them, you know, this is just not affordable anymore. He said, well, somebody else will move in that can afford it. And so that is, you know, a problem that we're always going to face, but I don't want us to not be able to control our own destiny when those situations arise. I feel like that Affordable Housing Fund needs to be needs to have contribution to it on a consistent basis. And if we are going to say we're open to development, then there has to be some standards there. And the same thing goes for our historic preservation. I don't want to have a commission that doesn't have an opportunity to be heard, and when they are heard, you know, it's told, well, the process is wrong. Well, they didn't create the process. They are just navigating through what we've given them. So I don't want to see their hard work discounted for. I'd much rather say bring us back something that is actually workable. I think we talked about the height. If you're going to be building a building like this, and then knowing that it's next to this, you know, historic area, and then creating something that overshadows the reason why it's historic, then it makes it hard for people to enjoy its beauty. You know, so I understand the plight that people are talking about. It's not always just what is going into the material. It's not just always, you know, where it's located. There are so many other factors that get brought into it, and that's why you have all these members of the Historic Preservation Commission looking at this in such a way. I truly believe that they put an exorbitant amount of effort into seeing this so many times, and Roberta kept asking me, like, what is the actual process? I just want to know what it is so we can understand how to prepare for something like this. And I think that is not just fair. I think that should be demanded so that it is something that they understand every time something like this is coming to Oak Park, and it's not a guessing game for the community to just say, well, you know, this is just what the village does, so you should understand that. It has to be something that's consistent all the time, but does need to be reviewed in a way that allows for us to say, okay, this is what it needs to be moving forward. So I do think that that's something that we should be addressing, but I don't think, at least in my mind, that I can move forward with something like this that hasn't met the standards that have been asked. I think I would need something that reaches those standards, but also something that, like I said, reaches our actual housing needs and goals here. And I don't think that that reaches our goal. I think we, yes, want to see a more dense Oak Park, but I want to see it in a way that makes it more affordable. And I hear the arguments that just adding will make that happen, but I would much rather be adding knowing that we're building up a sustainable fund for the future. So that's where I sit with it. I do appreciate that both sides showed up to give us the argument and help us to understand this a little bit more. And now you probably understand me a little bit more, because that's how I've always operated. And I've said this about the housing density. I'm okay to continue to build up if we're building in a way that makes Oak Park more affordable to others, but also that contributes to that fund. And I've said it since day one. So that's kind of where I'll be.
Okay, thank you. I'll try to close this out quickly. So it does sound like we do have a majority of the board that will be voting to overturn the decision of the Historic Preservation Commission, which is really never the way that we start these things out wanting to do. I value what the participants of the Historic Preservation Commission bring to any and all dialogue. Believe that our historical buildings are assets that we do have a responsibility to preserve, but I also believe that, as was contributed by the presentation from Landmark Illinois in the speaker series last year from Historic Preservation Commission, is that buildings were meant for people. Buildings are meant to and so I have spoken with the chair of the Historic Preservation Commission about considering working through what is a relevancy guidebook. My colleagues have now heard me mention this at least 3 times, so I hope to see it actually proceed, because I do think that, you know, when people feel as if what they contribute to conversation is not being heard, then that is going to inevitably add to frustration, whether it be a developer, whether it be members of any commission, or ourselves or our staff, who then have to be at those meetings as well. I do think our process is actually extremely logical. It's just that I think that there are things that we can tweak. You know, it was mentioned, and I agree with my colleagues, is that, if there's a deadline missed, but the same material was very much presented previously, then there should be some process to not have to make human beings go through the same thing just for the sake of going through the same thing. But I also would like to see that in that last appeal process that you did, that actually was helpful to hear explained, why once there's a denial, there would still be an additional appeal with the Historic Preservation Commission to see more dialogue to actually try to address what the concerns are. I do think I also agree with what I've heard from my colleagues that there's a lot of discretionary interpretation. And so inevitably, a village board is going to remain the final appeal on things that we're not the experts for. And that's something that we have to accept as, elected officials, that the buck stops here. And when we're looking at these things, we're also inevitably, as you can interpret from what you've heard tonight, going to be thinking about them from the goals are our overall goals, not just the purview of the guidelines of any one commission. But that doesn't mean we don't still value what those commissions bring forward, because this process isn't done tonight. So if this is overturned and this certificate of appropriateness goes forward, then there's still a plan commission process that then still with an early architectural review again, but now with some more information, right? Now with hopefully some more information. And there's still a requirement for meeting with neighbors. There's still a requirement for then that presentation to the Plan Commission. No, we don't want it to take a year. Hopefully it doesn't take a year. Hopefully it's coming back to us in a fairly expedient manner. I'd love to know if there's any kind of estimate of what that timeline might be after we take this vote tonight. So just for our information and potentially for the applicant and the public. No guarantees, I understand, but that Plan Commission process, though, doesn't have this need for many, many appeals. It will come straight back to us if necessary, and which in itself should just mean there's a final decision. But this moment, this time, is that it is still appropriate for it to come back to us right now, because honestly, if we weren't interested in entertaining this conversation further, it would be the most appropriate thing for us to agree with historic preservation and go forward. But really, the vote tonight is saying we're willing to at least entertain this conversation further and work with the developer. We're not seeing no possibility for a future here. But that's not to say the concerns of the residents won't still be factored in, okay? And I also agree that affordable housing and looking at our IHO is a conversation that is, on the docket, has been communicated before. So, but that plan process, when variances are requested, is then compensating benefits are granted. And so compensating benefits can include everything that's already been mentioned and artworks required. So but this was an unfortunate, more meetings than what was necessary. And I would hope to not see this again. And so I am going to agree with my colleagues and vote to overturn. My reasons are, I took great time into listening to the historic preservation. Initially, there were some compliments to the design, and I wasn't necessarily sure why some of those compliments to the design happened. So I do see some effort, made to to actually compliment in the greater area. Maybe my comfort for height is a little greater, but this is 10 stories, not what we've seen on bigger lots. And the Plan Commission process may push back on that a little bit. And I trust that process to work with the developer and see if that's a possibility. There's a lot of parking on there. There's maybe the Plan Commission process is going to push back on that number of parking. I also frequent the downtown Oak Park area and go to the microbrew review every year. It's almost always on my birthday. Thank you very much. And I use 1133's garage, and it was like empty. There were thousands of people in downtown Oak Park for microbrew review, and 1133 garage was empty. I would highly encourage more people to utilize these garages and that are already there. And but when you're walking down, the idea of like preserving, so first of all, I don't know, maybe Jim, I might be the only person at the table that has ever been in an arcade building before it was restored. Anyone? Yes? No? Okay, it was terrible, okay? It was an absolute dump. Thank you. And and today it is gorgeous. Today, it was really close to a potential for demolition by neglect. And so the investors that are before us today really work to preserve that building beyond anything that I could have ever dreamed. It's gorgeous. It's gorgeous. So I do trust is that they'll continue to work with the Plan Commission and with our staff to bring us something that that will be a continued asset to this village. And I would also hope that they've heard the comments of the board tonight on compensating benefits. So there's, other things that can be part of compensating benefits are solar panels and green roofs, and this is part of the process. And the arcade building, though, that is now gorgeous, will otherwise remain completely intact. And when you walk down the street and you take in this historical aspect, you're not going to even see the new building, even if it remains at the height that it is, because the diagonal doesn't, you don't see it. So I'm not going to claim that I love everything about the building. This is, though, this vote is having the process continue forward. Okay? And so with that, I would ask Clerk Waters, please take the vote. And which...
We need to offer an amendment.
No, we would just vote the other way.
We need a motion on the floor first, so can I state the motion that I believe the board is in support of?
Oh, we didn't do that?
Okay. No, I don't believe there's a pending motion.
There was a motion by the two of us on the motion that was on the agenda, so I was just going to offer a friendly amendment to make the motion to adopt the ordinance reversing the Historic Preservation Commission.
Very good, because they did provide an example, correct? So
Yeah,
if that works, Greg?
It does. It would be a friendly amendment to grant the appeal and overturn the Historic Preservation Commission and adopt an ordinance granting the certificate of appropriateness.
Yeah, so I would move for that friendly amendment, and if I have my second.
I second.
Thank you. And Clerk Waters, if you would please take the roll. So now you're free to vote in the affirmative if you're looking forward to or if you're looking for the project to advance.
Trustee Straw?
Yes.
Trustee Wesley?
Yes.
Trustee Peter?
Yes.
Trustee Enya?
No.
Trustee Levin-Jacobson?
Yes.
Trustee Taglia?
Yes.
President Skaman?
Yes. And thank you for all the neighbors that have come out to express your concerns. Thank you very much to members of the Historic Preservation, and congratulations to the developers. Thank you. Yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Can, it's very similar, which I actually really like.
Except that it's a dump too, it's a big one. It's ready to collapse in a heap, unfortunately. But I do like it. I like the office on the second floor, I'd like to get that.
Michael? What are you here for? We are efficient and have read the agenda as it's been presenting to us. Maybe we can do the consolidated version of presentation here and kind of go quickly to whether people have questions, and then remember what we learned in our efficiency meeting of kind of stating where we're at and then voting, then that would be great. And so I will, though, ask at this more convenient time for a motion to move beyond 10 p.m.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Okay, thank you. Lovely to see you. Village Manager Jackson.
Yes, thank you, President Skame, and Lindsay Narak, Chief Sustainability Officer.
All right, good evening. So this item is about extending the agreement with MC Squared for our Community Choice Aggregation Program, and I'm going to pass it over to Mark Pruitt, our consultant, to give a little bit more background.
Good evening. In the interest of efficiency, look at that. My name is Mark Pruitt. Name of my consulting firm is Illinois Community Choice Aggregation Network, or ICANN. I've been working with the village for a number of years now on your municipal aggregation, or also called Community Choice Aggregation Program. In a nutshell, for those who are not familiar, the Village of Oak Park has, for the past 14 years, been operating a program where the village manages electricity purchasing for its residents and small commercial accounts. Here's your timeline, there's your characteristics. Not too much has changed. What has changed, and the reason I'm here this evening, is that with the assistance and guidance of staff, we have issued a fresh solicitation to identify interested bidders and potential suppliers for the village's CCA program. You see here some of the parameters. Currently, starting in the status, your current agreement is with MC Squared Energy Services. It extends through December of this year. We're getting a head start on this so that you have ample time to make decisions. Your current contract structure is called a price match with municipal contribution. That's where the price offered by the supplier is the same as the ComEd price. And then there's a municipal contribution from the supplier to the municipality. The timeline, we issued solicitation in August. We had one firm respond. We extended the bidding period in hopes of getting more responses. No additional responses were received. The one response was from MC Squared Energy Services. The solicitation requested pricing for 12, 24, 36-month offers, certification of high levels of customer service. We asked for fixed price as well as the price match option. And I just note down there that the current ComEd rate is just a hair over 10 cents a kilowatt hour. We did ask also for some bid alternates for sustainability, carbon offsets, direct source renewables. The definitions of those are on the next page. I'm not going to read them to you. And then also the municipal contribution. The recommendation is to accept the offer from MC Squared Energy Services. The more detailed recommendation is to accept the ComEd price match option, as the fixed priced option was above the ComEd rate. We recommend a 36-month contract with MC Squared. As part of the contract, there is a no penalty termination that the village may exercise with 6 months notice. So the thinking is go ahead and go for the maximum and utilize the project or the services as long as you'd like. You can always terminate with 6 months' notice. And then to sustainability options. This is not necessarily green energy or the like. However, as part of the MC squared offer, there was an offer for a municipal contribution equal to what we call in the industry 1 mil, or the equivalent of $1 a megawatt hour, or the $0.001 per kilowatt hour, with a minimum of $100,000 per year annual contribution to the village. That would be the village's money. You can use that for your sustainability programming. There are no strings attached. Just how things have worked in the past. So that's better than where we have been in the past few years. This is largely due to market conditions, but this exercise is always valuable to get a fresh view of what is available in the market and possibly see an improvement, which is what we've seen here. So I appreciate your time. Thank you very much. I'm available to answer questions now, or as I've always tried to make clear with staff, that I'm happy to come back anytime if you wanted a mini course on CCAs. So thank you very much.
Always appreciated, thank you. I see Brian and Jim.
Do we have an estimate of whether we might get more than that minimum of 100,000? How many megawatt hours were likely to be consumed by residents who are enrolled in this plan?
We have an expectation right now. The current estimate, based on the projections we've made, is that the first year, which is where we have the greatest clarity in terms of the projections, is somewhere in the $110,000 to $120,000 range. That's subject to final enrollments and the like.
Okay, thank you. I'm in favor.
Jim.
Just a few questions on the mechanics of it. So currently we're getting $2,500 a month plus 50 cents for each account, up to 5,000 accounts. How does that work out for the village? Have we gotten any? I mean, 30,000 I can see on that, but this other part, is that any significance?
Yeah, so we're averaging around $5,700 a month right now. So in 2024, that was $77,198 for the year.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, years ago when the market was different, we used to get 30,000, 40,000 a month, as Mark remembers. It was an enormous amount of money, but that's no longer the case due to market conditions. I just had a question. Brian asked one question, which was what would we end up with estimation? And then also just a curiosity, like the 100,000, we're going up here, right? We're going from 77 to 100,000. Where's that money coming from? I mean, if we're matching the price, it's not out of the kindness of MC Square's heart, is it? Or what is it? Where does it, who pays for that?
Well, they're good people.
I'm sure they're good people.
Really, it is a function of, as you mentioned, the market conditions. So every account in Oak Park has a cost to serve. Even if there are identical houses next door to each other, the volume of electricity, the timing of the use of the electricity will determine the cost to provide electricity to that account. So some accounts have a low cost to serve, others have a higher cost to serve. Mm-hmm. Market conditions in the past few years have been such that there have been relatively fewer low cost to serve accounts. And that's a function of capacity, transmission, and energy charges. We could get into a lot of algebra there, but suffice to say, with the increase in capacity rates that started in June, that has changed. Now there are more accounts, many more accounts in the village that can be served at a rate that is technically lower than the ComEd rate. All that MC Squared is doing is identifying those accounts that can be served at a rate less than ComEd, charging them the ComEd rate, booking the value, the headroom between those two elements, and then sharing that revenue with the municipality. It's a revenue share program.
So it's coming out of the profit of MC Squared and not out of the pocket of the taxpayer.
Correct.
Okay, that's what I was looking for, so that's very good. Last question is, we used to get, and it's very convoluted still, the billing. I've been participating for years, and trying to determine what my bill is month to month is very difficult. And I almost think sometimes it's by design, quite honestly, because it makes it hard to determine my bill from one month to the other. I can't even tell what I'm paying. But we used to get 5% back. Is that still the case? Are we going to get, there was a differential on our bills of 5% at one time.
That was very early in the program when the structure of the contract was a fixed price.
Right.
And we were able to, again, based on market conditions, secure a supply price, a fixed supply price that was a guaranteed lower rate than ComEd. That might be the 5% you're recalling.
Up until recently, I was getting a letter telling me how much I'd saved up until the last year. And it would tell me how much money that participating in the aggregation program saved me personally. So that's no longer the case. Now, we're just flat dead on even with the ComEd rates.
That's correct.
There's no savings. So our benefit is for the energy selection choice that we have and its ability to be more sustainable, correct? I mean, would that be?
I think that's correct.
Okay. Very good. Thank you.
Thank you. Derek, please go. Appreciate it.
All right, couple questions. Thank you. I'm in support. Yep. First thing, I think it makes sense to go for the 36-month agreement, and the fact that there's a 6-month cancellation option, it seems good. The value of going for the 36-month is that we're locking in that kilowatt per hour price. Is that correct? Is that one of the benefits of it?
You are, there's no fixed price because the price will float according to the ComEd.
Okay.
You're just securing the service for that maximum window of 36 months.
Got it.
You can always shorten it if you determine you have a better option in the market.
Got it. Okay. Leads to my next question. We had only one bid come back. We tried to make some addendums and get more. Any thoughts on as to why that happened first time around? How many options did we have when we were first, when we've been shopping around previously? And can you just share your thoughts on what's behind that?
I think in the general marketplace, we've seen a reduction in the number of firms that are active suppliers in the municipal aggregation sector. That's through consolidation and refocus towards more commercial and industrial sectors by a number of suppliers. They're more profitable. Okay. Additionally, I think that a number of suppliers, when we reached out to them, indicated that they were only in a position to offer a fixed rate as opposed to this floating rate structure, and were not confident that they could present a price that was appreciably lower than the ComEd rate. So therefore, they felt that no one would ever say this, but it wasn't worth their time to try to put together an offer. We encourage them that all offers are welcome, but in the end, they are the best managers of their time.
Okay, thank you. And that leads to my last question, which is, I think I read that MC² was acquired by IGS Energy recently in the last year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That company has like a spotty history from what I've observed. There's been people kind of wandering around the village. I think that the village issued a statement about this, that they're trying to get people to sign up for clean energy or green energy, and it ends up just being like a way for them to like pad your bill and like skim a little bit of money off of you, and they're asking you to see your just show me your account number. They came to my house several times, and they're like, show me your account number. And then it's just easy. Just sign this thing right here. It's very sketchy, and I said no to it, and I told my neighbors to say no to it because I looked them up on the Better Business Bureau, and like lots of complaints. So that's the same IGS Energy that bought MC². Is there concern about that parent company? You mentioned consolidation. Do you have any concern? Obviously, I'm glad we have the 6-month opt-out if things go south, but do you have any concerns with that?
I do not.
Okay.
Largely based on my understanding that MC²'s operations are not being folded into the overall IGS operation. It is an ownership transfer, but the management with Chuck Sutton, Sharon Elagato, continues here and remains moving forward. The other issue is that IGS, as I understand it, their primary market approach is door-to-door, and fortunately or not, I believe that they're going to continue doing that. We have alerted them that we have a concern that sends a very mixed message to our communities and our community leaders, and I believe that message is going to be emphasized again to the extent that we can.
Okay. Well, if they're watching and they want us to continue to be,
well, I believe
having this contract, I would love to see them follow through on that.
We may want to roll the tape for them.
Yeah. Okay. That's my last thing.
Brian?
Sorry, that raised something that I wasn't necessarily aware of or thinking of, the ownership change. And if someone were to sign up with IGS as an alternative retail energy supplier in their door-to-door sales, would that person then fall out of the MC squared pool with our municipal aggregation? And we wouldn't then be getting the benefits of this contract because IGS is competing with their own supplier agreement with us.
I think that at a technical level, yes, because a customer is, if they're being served under MC squared and they were to determine that they wanted to accept an offer from IGS, then they would come out of the pool that serves as the basis of the MC squared contract with the village.
Is it possible for us to look at including in the contract here language that IGS cannot poach customers from one pool to the other pool, because if we are already contracting with them through MC squared to be our municipal energy supplier, I don't want them to be essentially cutting us out of the loop in a way that's really only going to benefit them. They're going to be the primary beneficiary of any exchange from the MC squared to an IGS ARES supplier agreement.
Right, so that is not a part of the agreement that's before the board tonight. What's before the board is an extension of the agreement between the village and MC squared. So if there has been an acquisition of MC squared by a different company, the proposal is still that the village continue its contract with the existing entity. To address the situation that Trustee Straw is raising would require a separate agreement by this other entity and MC squared, which apparently still exists because that's who the contracting entity is proposed to continue to be with, and the village is the third party to that.
So I mean, we have until December to, the current agreement runs through December. Is there any kind of, like, we have to approve this tonight to secure this agreement because it expires at the end of September? Or is this something where if there can be that additional back and forth with IGS, I mean, I think it would be a real net benefit to our community to not necessarily have alternative retail energy supply, to not have the door-to-door sales of alternative retail energy suppliers. And particularly if one is a parent company of our partner and would be potentially just lining their pockets by decreasing enrollment in our program.
I would defer to the village's consultant and staff who administer the existing contract with MC Squared about the timing issues. I'm not aware of those.
From a timing perspective, your current contract extends through the meter read dates of the enrolled accounts that occur in December. By regulation, a new contract requires about 60 days to allow for adequate notice to be given to customers as well as to the Illinois Commerce Commission. So 60 days prior to December, early December, I think, is when most of your accounts are being read. So technically, you could execute sometime in early to mid-October and still be able to have a fresh contract, pick up where the current contract expires without any lapse, and still be able to comply with all necessary notices.
I mean, I would love to, I was thinking that this was going to be an easy yes vote. I do think that the fact that the parent company of our partner is literally knocking on the doors in our community, moving people out of the aggregation, is something that is of some concern to me. I would love to consider tabling this to allow some potential negotiation of a side letter or amendment to the contract as appropriate to prevent the parent company from soliciting individuals enrolled through the community aggregation.
Yeah.
Staff have a recommendation?
Yeah, I think our recommendation is to reschedule this for the 30th and give us an opportunity to come back with a potential solution to this question.
Very good. So then do we, to table, do we have to make any kind of, nope, just don't vote? All right, then we will move forward to, appreciate that this has come out. Thank you, Derek. Thank you, Mr. Berger and Lindsay. And I mean, I gotta say, you made a lot of progress in the contract, but, so thank you. But seems like maybe they were motivated, had another plan. We have a presentation next and discussion on the Unhoused Taskforce recommendations.
Yes.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah, no worries. I'll take it, just a quick introduction. So we've undertaken a number of initiatives over the course of the last year to support the unhoused community. I think tonight's item is really feedback on some dedicated work that staff has done in partnership with the community to further analyze how we can optimize our response to the unhoused population. So we want to just kind of lift up the work that has been done with the partners, many of which are here in the audience tonight. I'll allow Jonathan Birch, our Assistant Village Manager, Neighborhood Services Director, to walk us through some of the recommendations that are an outcome of this experience. And again, we're only seeking feedback tonight. Thanks.
Yeah, do you
Jonathan?
mind if I just kind of, if we all can reflect for a moment on how the dialogue around the streetscape went? We were all giving feedback on what we liked, didn't like, but we know that there are budgetary things that then will come back. There aren't solid numbers in here, so staff is going to have to be listening for where they can count to 4 and have guidance of where they would bring back then those budgetary things. So just try to be as clear as you can, and you know what you're really willing to invest in, and feedback that would make that assists staff in coming back with as clear of information as possible. Thank you.
All right. With that, good evening, Jonathan Birch, Assistant Village Manager, Neighborhood Services Director. As President Skaman indicated, spend a little bit of time tonight talking about a task force that we have convened from May through sort of the end of August to talk specifically around issues, challenges, community feedback related to folks who are unhoused who are living in our community currently. The goal was to surface ideas on short-term, medium-term things. You will not see a recommendation in here about increasing the supply of affordable housing and a bunch of programs related to that. We inherently know, and the task force spent some time talking about, how that has to eventually be part of the solution. But that was not sort of our intention in bringing that group together, was to not necessarily source solutions related to that, but more granular ideas specifically related to addressing folks who are currently unhoused in our communities and the conditions we currently see here in Oak Park. The folks that we brought together included participants sort of across the community, folks with lived experience, individuals who represent business districts in our community, nonprofits including Housing Forward and the Oak Park Homelessness Coalition, our police department, Oak Park residents, some taxing bodies as well. We have a few folks here, we can wave your hands, folks who stuck it out, who participated, so thanks very much for obviously all the time and experience that you provided. One of the things we started with was specifically identifying goals and sort of having initial conversations like what people were reflecting on is the issues and priorities here in our community locally. 3 goals rose to the top. 1 around chronic homelessness here in Oak Park as opposed to specifically just homelessness generally, but especially chronic homelessness, both because there are known individuals that we may see frequently here in town who we know are homeless, and addressing them and addressing their issues and helping support them is a critical part of both addressing homelessness and addressing perceptions of homelessness, both of which are topics that the group spent a lot of time talking about. Second relates to basic needs, right? We know shelters are often at capacity. We have a new emergency shelter that's hopefully opening, having a ribbon cutting on Friday. But even then, we know capacity in shelters fills up quickly, and there's basic needs that folks are dealing with while they're waiting for access to those shelter opportunities. And finally, the uncertainty that exists among many members of the Oak Park community around homelessness, what the system that's in place in our community currently, and what roles they can play in helping address issues around homelessness here locally. There's 2 buckets of actions that are in this PowerPoint that I'm going to spend some time talking to that came out, again, sort of staff's takeaways from the conversations that we had across 4 meetings with the task force. The first bucket is immediate actions, things that we can think or anticipate moving on right away. And the first one, sort of a critical one to spend time talking about, is emergency shelter operations. For carryover members of the board, you'll be familiar with the conversations that were had last January and February, specifically around expanding the emergency shelter here in Oak Park and the additional operational and capital funds that were provided by the village in order to support that, in addition to money that was provided by Cook County. That's the shelter that I mentioned before that's scheduled to have a ribbon cutting this Friday. One of the issues, however, that has come up is the uncertainty around state funding. So as we've had conversations with Housing Forward in particular around their operational needs, one of the things that stood out is the original plan was the village's funding, which was provided back in February, would be a bridge in order to be able to secure state funding for ongoing support for operations of that shelter. As of today, as of right now, Housing Forward has still not gotten information yet from the state around what their operating funding would be for the emergency shelter beyond the end of December. And so while there are other things that are in here, and President Skaman sort of highlighted this in terms of other things that may have budgetary costs, and looking to feedback from you all for discernment related to those, from a staff perspective, the critical role that the expanded emergency shelter, if we're getting ready to open it and not being able to continue it on throughout 2026 is critical here. And so really, one of the things the task force was highlighting as well is the need for that operational funding as the state is not able to come through with it. And that is in that $400,000 to $500,000 range based off our conversations so far with Housing Forward. That is in comparison to, you'll recall, back in August, there was an amendment to the contract that came through where the village was providing approximately $315,000 across a mix of both capital and operating costs to to finish off the opening of the shelter and then carry operations through the end of December. The second one is supporting critical transportation needs. Some of what the group spent some time talking about specifically is how we have unhoused folks in our community who are looking for ways to be able to get to healthcare appointments, meetings they might have scheduled with Housing Forward, housing opportunities, and other sorts of resources, but are often unable to do so. We have money through the ECHO pilot that the board has previously provided for staff in order to be able to carry that forward, and we would intend to use some of that money in order to be able to support some of those transportation solutions for folks who are unhoused in our community, to be able to meet some of their needs while they're waiting for access to basic shelter, to make sure they're able to get to some of those sort of critical locations while they're waiting. The next is street outreach coordination. This is sort of a bit of a granular thing, but we spent a little bit of time talking about it. The Oak Park Homelessness Coalition has long done an important role here, which is bringing together folks who work on street outreach, people who are actually working with individuals on the ground on a day-to-day basis, every couple of weeks to talk about what they're seeing, what they're hearing, and then how they can actually compare notes on cases and individual circumstances here locally in order to make sure everybody's on the same page. ECHO has taken on a much larger role in that process since its launch back in January, February. And so the recommendation here is specifically for ECHO to take on that leadership role based off of how it's been going so far, to one, sort of focus in on that care coordination piece, right? That is their job, to think about how all the different providers are coming together to coordinate care for individuals who are unhoused in our community. But then secondly, thinking about what that means to make sure everyone that is involved is re-engaged in the process going forward. They meet every other week right now. Suggestions from staff are that they would meet weekly, that we would bring in some folks who are currently sort of disengaged from the process and have an opportunity to re-engage them as part of this as well, in order to make sure everybody's on the same page when we're working with individuals across the community. The next one's public restrooms. This topic has come before the village board in the past, and the task force felt strongly that it was really important to provide high-quality public restrooms in downtown for folks who are unhoused in our community. It's challenging for everyone, not just for folks who are unhoused, and that lack of bathroom access really can make it challenging for many members of our community who are using our downtown. We as staff did throw some different options together related to this, just so you can get a sense of what the sort of options that we're talking about. I know previous conversations with the board particularly focused on the Portland Loo option. As you may be aware, we currently are renting two essentially porta potties that are located along North Boulevard that are west of the metro station, that are cleaned twice a week right now. So we have also explored, as you can see here, what it would mean to add an additional one of those units and then clean them more frequently, just so the board can be aware of sort of the variety of different cost impacts associated with those different options over both an upfront cost as well as sort of a 10-year operating cost. And you can sort of extrapolate what that might mean out from there if you had that go longer. Yes?
Is that annual maintenance and increasing that number of twice a week?
Yeah, okay. No, for the, under the expanded porta potties, yes, it is.
Okay.
We asked for a cost quote from our current provider to be able to get that information.
From 2 to 3.
Yeah, from 2 to 3.
But also cleaning more often.
Yeah, both cleaning more often and more units. So this is one as well where we'd be looking for additional guidance from the village board in terms of support for whether or not this makes sense. The task force felt very strongly that the Portland Loo option made the most sense due to both cost and because it did not stigmatize the bathrooms as being for a particular population, but instead would be something that would be available to the entirety of the community. The last thing to talk about under the sort of immediate actions area is since May, the village has been working to have a set of protocols that we employ when we identify individuals who are currently camping in our community. And that starts with initial ECHO touch points. So whether it is staff observing or our police department observing or our public works or a resident saying, hey, we see someone who is camping in a location in our community, that is then forwarded back to the ECHO team. They're the ones who are then going out to make an initial contact with that individual or group of individuals and talking with them a little bit about our community standards, so specifically around the importance of cleanliness in the location where they may be camping, drug use, noise, other sorts of factors, right? All many of the quality of life issues that we also hear about from residents and businesses when someone might be camping in a location. And then from there, also notifying them that, hey, we come through, we clean this area once a week. We're going to come through on Wednesday mornings to clean. It doesn't mean you can't come back in this spot, but just so you know, so that we're keeping every part of our village clean, we come through and clean. As part of those community standards, we also clarify that if you're violating one of those, like if you're putting up a tent that's blocking the whole of the sidewalk, or blocking the bike racks, or have a bunch of needles on the ground, or many other circumstances you might imagine, then in those circumstances, we give the individual notice that says 7 days, you got to clean up the situation that you're currently seeing, or you'll be asked to move from this location so then we can clean up the area. And then if those violations remain in place at the end of that 7-day window, then we're asking the individual to move out of that location. We've also heard feedback from community members on a variety of different points. So one, whether or not how this applies to or doesn't apply to being within a certain distance of a business, or what it means if someone is camping specifically in front of the entrance of a business. Questions as well about what this means about like whether or not that 7-day period is too long or too short, just right. Questions as well about whether or not we actually need increased cleaning frequency, particularly in peak seasons like now in summer and fall. As well as clarification for that process, specifically for individuals who might be camping in a spot and have been asked to move because they violated those standards. What would happen in the immediate aftermath? Could someone just go back and camp in that spot? Could that individual go back and camp in that same location in the immediate aftermath? As the task force talked about sort of the trade-offs around this as well as other options, there was a desire to go back and have the village to continue to modify those cleaning protocols, particularly looking again at the frequency issue as well as what happens in the immediate aftermath of a situation where someone has gone out and we've had someone move in order to, due to those community norms, and wanting to be thoughtful about in the future what that means specifically in the relationship to the distance from businesses too. Those were the short-term ones, things that staff feels like we might be able to make movement or progress on in the short term. There are a number of like longer-term or medium-term ideas that require additional conversations with partners to explore what they mean, both in terms of support and in funding before we feel they'd be really ready to come back with a fully fleshed idea to present to the village board. The first one that we spent time talking about is rental assistance coordination. The village has been providing rental assistance to Housing Forward and the flexible rental assistance funding, and that's great. Oak Park Township, as you may know, also provides general assistance and emergency assistance. The task force spent time talking about how it's confusing for both residents if they're trying to point people in the direction of resources and the people themselves who are trying to access the resources when you got to go multiple places to find those resources. So the recommendation was that instead the village and the township explore a partnership to be able to have the township operate as the centralized location for rental assistance in our community, or at least those not associated with the Housing Choice Voucher Program, which obviously would remain with the Oak Park Housing Authority. The next one relates to housing navigation and mitigation. So the Housing Forward had previously talked about the importance of adding additional housing navigators in our community, specifically the role that they can play in terms of keeping folks moving through the system that exists right now. So making sure folks aren't getting bogged down in the ride-in or at the emergency shelter, but are being connected as quickly as possible with an apartment or someplace else they could find in order to get out of those spaces in order to create space for new folks who might be coming in. At the same time, we also have heard from the Oak Park Homelessness Coalition about the concept of a landlord mitigation fund. This idea, which you may or may not have heard of, really specifically relates to the idea of providing support to landlords in order to encourage them to rent units to folks who are formerly unhoused in order to try and encourage them to, again, get people out of shelters and out of transitional housing opportunities into sort of more permanent circumstances. But that takes a long time now and can be challenging. And so again, the idea here is to again explore with partners the idea of funding for a housing navigation position at Housing Forward, but also at the same time thinking as well about a housing mitigation program as part and parcel of that. So two disparate ideas that have come from two different sources, but when we brought to the task force, they sort of asked us the question about like, why are these separate things? Why aren't they one thing? Could they be one thing? And that in particular, some of the tools that seem most beneficial on the housing mitigation side is the idea of vacancy payments. So giving the landlord a payment to hold the unit open until someone's able to move into it. Second is renewal bonuses. So if you've rented to that unhoused individual and it's a year later, that they get a bonus for renewing that lease for another year. And finally, the risk mitigation fund, and which really serves as a loan loss reserve for landlords who rent individuals who they may be concerned would damage the unit or have excess eviction costs or other sorts of things. The next one is street outreach expansion. Again, this is one where the task force spent a lot of time talking about coverage gaps that exist in the community right now, specifically on weekends and on evenings and on Sundays. Which are critical times when you might encounter folks who are unhoused in our community and are looking for opportunities. We obviously have right now a sort of a compendium of resources that exist up there, including our police department, Housing Forward, ECHO, the working time for the library and their social service staff directly outside the main branch as well. And again, this seems like an opportunity, as we talked with the task force, to again think how our governmental partners in the village could explore working together to be able to provide street outreach more efficiently, and how that might relate to other services, whether that means short-term housing stays, addiction counseling, whether that might in fact mean some sort of daytime program, which is something else we talked about, is a sort of a gap related to this as well. So this one definitely requires sort of more fleshing out as we talk with our partners. The next one relates to education and outreach. We spent a lot of time talking about some of the issues we did before, but we also spent a lot of time talking about, again, how residents in Oak Park, and that means people whose homes are here, people who work here, people whose businesses are here, specifically thinking about what it would mean and how they understand what is the homelessness ecosystem, their role in addressing those issues, what resources are out there right now, and about the disconnect that can exist sometimes right now between the business community and what the needs of the folks who are unhoused in our community are right now, and being able to try and bridge that gap in some way. And so this is where it's less sort of a direct action and more of an ask for the Homelessness Coalition, and they have to go through their own process to discern whether or not this is the direction they would want to take. But in this is an opportunity to expand its work on community education for folks on homelessness here more broadly, and expand their work as well around involving businesses as part of the coalition, particularly the core team. This is really an opportunity to think as well about how the coalition can better support businesses as they wrestle with issues of folks who are unhoused in our community as well. And the final one is probably the most long-term of all and would require a lot of work, which is we've talked about the emergency shelter. We also spent time talking about the barriers that exist to people entering into that shelter, and in particular, how there is only the one shelter that's here in Oak Park, sort of within our immediate service area. There are not as many sort of across West Cook as a whole. And given that we also have a number of folks who are homeless and are dealing with either chronic mental illness or addiction or other challenges, getting folks into a shelter can be challenging. And there are other models out there, like the Safe Haven model and other similar ones that could be beneficial as well, and the need to continue sort of exploring with our other partners in West Cook around what it would mean to expand those sort of shelter opportunities. So maybe not here in Oak Park, but in partnership with other towns as well. And with that, questions?
Okay, so we've got a number of solutions of which to talk through and you give our feedback and I don't want to say rate, but say where our interests lie. Who'd like to start us off?
How do you envision this?
Okay, so I see Brian, Chibi.
thank you for putting this together, and obviously thank you for, you know, putting a microscope on some of these things. I think, you know, these are definitely priorities for us. I know we talked about this before, how we can better partner with our community, the community outside of here too, to help kind of combat homelessness as a whole, and not just as a Oak Park thing, but something that I think we're dealing with in the surrounding suburbs. So I love the ideas. I think there's some really solid backing to get some of those things accomplished. I did see the piece around the transportation issue. And like, I see that as, you know, trying to solve a problem, but I also am like, okay, what about the Uber or Lyft drivers? Like, no, I'm not going to let this person in my car. How do we work around that? What is our solutions if that is a situation? And then the bathroom thing, I said it the last time around, I think it's just a dignity thing. I think it's something we should be looking to do. I saw the 3 different options, and you said that everyone was more leaning towards that, the first one. So how feasible is that, and how soon could something like that be up and running in Oak Park?
I think we'll be able to start with the last one first.
Yeah.
So that's, you know, if we receive that guidance from the board, then that was a conversation we start having with our Public Works Department on what that would look like and what impacts that might have either on 26 budget proposals you'd receive, or what that might look like going forward from there. Transportation one is one we've wrestled with a lot across a whole bunch of different issues. Vanessa will shake her head yes, that we've talked about this a lot for the ECHO team in particular. So this is one where if we were unable to do that, I think we need to go back and think again about what it is that we'd ultimately be able to do. We know that other providers have been able to do elements of things like this in other programs, but whether it will work for everyone that we encounter, depending on the issues that they're dealing with at that moment, I think is also an open question. So, right, it requires someone who's engaged and ready to go and be able to move, and not everyone that we're going to encounter is going to be in that spot right now, and from a safety standpoint also would not be the case. Yeah.
Okay, Brian.
I hope we'll have sort of another opportunity when it's not 10:30 at night to have a broader discussion about this, because I'm a little concerned that we're not going to do all of these things justice, but to the point of us being quick and saying, like, and you being able to get a head count as you're preparing budget line items, I do want to give you that feedback. So on the emergency shelter operations, you know, hopefully we can use our connections to advocate for that state funding, but should state funding not come through, you know, we just invested a great deal in opening this shelter. I had the opportunity to tour the emergency shelter. It's wonderful. It's an incredible addition to our community. I'm very excited about it. It must stay in operation through 2026. So I would support operational funding. I'm hopeful that we could identify, if not the state, additional funding partners, especially given that this being the only emergency shelter in this West Cook area, there's going to be some benefit to it, to our neighboring communities. So I don't know whether they would want to consider that either. I will, just as we're talking about shelter, on the intermediate recommendations, obviously I support coordinating with neighboring communities to try to open up additional emergency shelter options, including different models that would be complementary to the model that we have here in Oak Park. I'm supportive of critical transportation. I do think we need to give consideration to what alternative transportation options might be necessary should should we have a client who's unable to, repeatedly is unable to get Lyft or Uber transit because they are frequently being declined as a rider, in mind of sort of preserving that person's human dignity, we need to have alternatives to support those transportation needs. On improving street outreach coordination, I think that, whatever steps we can to take to improve that coordination makes a lot of sense. I think it's important to do that in partnership and consultation with our partners. I don't know who the current sort of lead on that coalition is, and if it's an issue for the village to be taking a lead, or whether that would be a benefit, because I don't want our voice to be drowning out the voices of our community partners in that coalition, to the extent that it could stop feeling like a coalition. So I think us truly investing in the coordination makes sense. I think we need to be careful not to take all the oxygen out of the room, which can sometimes happen in a situation like that. Public restroom, I am supportive of pursuing a Portland Loo option. I think that the current porta potties are problematic from a human dignity perspective. I think that the cleaning protocols require further discussion. It's hard for me to, based on what I'm seeing before me, give a yes or no. I think that the way in which an unhoused population was sort of entirely removed from Metra, and I know that was by Metra Police. I think that that's led to some difficulties regarding care coordination with those individuals as they became dispersed. And so I think that figuring out how to work with these populations in a sensitive way, as cleaning protocols like this can do, is important. I don't think that this 10:30 p.m. now 10:40 p.m. discussion necessarily gives us enough time to get into fully understanding those cleaning protocols. And then on the medium action items, since you said staff's still working with partners to flesh these out, like I don't have a sense of budget impact or the overall impact, but I think better coordination of services and efforts to reduce dwell time at the right inn and move people through from homelessness to stable housing is sort of the ultimate goal, and so we absolutely need to be pursuing efforts that achieve that. And I know that some of the developments that we have ongoing around longer-term supportive housing are efforts in that direction. And so coordination here and elsewhere around continuing to develop housing stock that supports that longer-term supportive housing is going to be one of the things necessary to keep people moving along from homelessness to stable housing. I think I covered most of the things we had on those slides.
Okay.
Thanks, Jonathan. Appreciate it as always. Question for you around some of this data. Looking at, I don't see any slide number. Hold on a second. Yeah. Okay, so slide number 3, purple bars.
Yes. Oh, did you have the data slides up? Sure. Those were hidden in the background. Yep.
Yeah, no worries. So, oh, sorry, not the purple, the blue. It's the next slide.
Oh, yeah. Sure.
Yeah, so that's this year. 94 individuals reached. It says served. Does that mean that these are folks who were housed, or?
No, so this is from the street outreach information. So Housing Forward, as part of their agreement with the village, provides us with monthly information consistent with the format that they used to present to the board on information last February. So trying to keep the same format going forward like we talked about. So this is specifically on the number of new people that they've made contact in our community this year. And you can see how that changed month by month. And then obviously the previous slide, if I pulled it up, is showing what it was quarter-wise going back to 2020.
Right, got it. Okay, and then do we know the outcomes of these folks?
I do have that information, you can see, but I didn't put that in the slide deck for tonight. I'd be happy to send that along, but because we have that, they provide us with a monthly report at the end of every month, and so I have the August report that would show that year to date.
Okay, awesome. Please, and thank you. And then you already have the demographic slide up, so that's where I was going next. So the chronically homeless stat in the lower right-hand corner, it says 73% is no and 22% is yes. Can you talk me through that a little bit?
Yeah, sure, absolutely. So it means that the Housing Forward team, when they're doing street outreach, is encountering a lot of folks who are not chronically homeless. So that means it means they're not saying that they're homeless for a long time on an ongoing basis. This might be a new bout of homelessness for them. Maybe, I don't know if Linda, there's anything else you would add beyond what I just described, or Vanessa would, but.
So HUD has a very specific definition of chronic homelessness of 365 consecutive days of homelessness, or is it 4 episodes in 3 years?
Got it.
Add up to 365 days. That's the definition of chronic homelessness.
Got it. Okay. So then, so this stat basically doesn't tell us what I thought it told us. Okay. And so, from my perspective, right, I want to know what the number is. How big of a check do we need to get folks into housing versus being homeless, right? I mean, we obviously have to do what we have to do to make the stay on the streets as compassionate as possible while it happens. But there is no stay on the street that's compassionate. So I'd like to know what number we need in order to get all of the folks who are known to us into housing. And I'd like us to then talk about that. This is all great, though. I do appreciate it, but that's my goal.
Okay.
I love the shelter. That was great. We talked about that before. Definitely pro-funding. Definitely pro-funding. Yeah, Lyft is great. Pro that too. I'm pro pretty much all of this, right? I'm not going to go through all of it. The public restrooms. So I know these are the kind of the portable ones and such. Have we thought about permanent facilities in the downtown area?
You mean building like a brick and mortar building?
Yes.
I have not. We can ask.
Or leasing a space that's available. And I've seen that in other places that I've been where
like Lease a storefront.
Yeah, there's like public restrooms. Like, it's not like a whole storefront. It's like more like a small, but it's just a public restroom. And there's a sign. You go and you use the facilities and you leave. Right. Yeah, kind of like a train stop. Yeah. So I would like to understand if that's something that's possible too.
In the meantime, any of those recommendations?
Yeah, the Portland's fine, I think. Yeah, the cleaning protocols, again, tell me how big of a check you need, right, so we don't have to even worry about that, right? If we get folks off the street, then the cleaning protocols are moot. So rental assistance. Have we polled landlords locally to understand what they need in order to help, or do we not just have units that are available?
You mean on so that would go to the housing mitigation concept that we talked about specifically. So like when we've asked landlords, what they come back and tell us is, we're assuming we have units open. It takes a long time to get someone in the unit. So either because they're using some form of voucher that's coming from the Oak Park Housing Authority, Cook County Housing Authority, some of those other sources, or there's concerns because they've had a bad experience in the past, or heard of another landlord, housing provider who's had a bad experience in the past. And that really is the idea behind the mitigation fund, is you set aside a pot and say, like, if that were to happen, then there is money that could be paid out in order to make you whole. Nationwide, when you look at some of the best practices, other communities that have employed things like this, the uptake actually on the mitigation fund tends to be pretty low, because people hold on to the idea of the time it went bad, even though the occurrence of that on a regular basis, even for folks who are formerly unhoused, is pretty low. So it just essentially sits there as a fund. And it's used, but it's not at a high level. The things that folks have seen in national examples that are more effective are the vacancy payments, again, because, right, if the rental market's tight,
right,
no landlord wants to hold that unit open when they could just go ahead and lease it to someone, not even 2 weeks or 3 weeks.
Yeah,
And
we
so,
had a public commenter mention like an hour, she's got 25 applicants.
exactly. So this is a perfect example of, in this case, if you provide that vacancy payment, is someone willing to hold that unit open for a period of time in return for that? And then the other piece, which is the renewal bonus, which is, are you willing to keep that person that housed in there? And that those have been most successful in, like, once someone's in the unit, getting someone in the unit and then getting someone to stick around as well.
If we implement these mitigations, do we feel confident that this would, I know the last time Housing Forward was here, there was the concern about the folks who were either moving towards homelessness and needed accommodations, or who were living in their car and in line for a unit and they just weren't available. If we funded this, does this fix that problem?
Yes, that's the idea.
Okay.
So between this and the rental assistance coordination, so right, the village has historically been providing money that actually goes to try and keep someone in their unit already, right? So they don't even end up in their car. It
Right.
gives them that sort of opportunity. And so, like, continuing those. So these were actually listed in some degree of order of priority, like after we had the conversations with the task force on the things we think were both most feasible and most impactful. So there's a reason why the rental assistance coordination is at the top of the sort of medium-term activities, followed by the navigation mitigation areas.
Got it, okay.
As opposed to like the street outreach, which is, we think, important, but requires substantially more definition. And then there is the ongoing question, like the thing we circle back around to is, we can have outreach folks at that hour, but that are out at this time, on a Tuesday night. That's great.
Right.
But what resource are they connecting that person to when they're out there at that time? If there isn't space at the emergency shelter, there isn't some other resource. And so, like, is that the thing that's the most beneficial, or is it things that are actually helping get someone off the street into housing, keep them housed?
Got it. I would like for us not to have a situation where there is not emergency space for someone who is homeless on our streets. So again, tell me what that check size needs to be. So I'm not sure what municipalities Housing Forward covers. I know it's not just Oak Park.
Across West Cook County.
West Cook, okay. So is there room, if there aren't enough units in Oak Park to accommodate, is there room to partner in additional municipalities to enable to bring those units online so that folks could have access to housing?
You mean like additional shelter, or being able to help connect folks with units that they find in other parts of the West Cook region?
Let's say both.
Let's say both. So I would defer to Linda on the emergency shelter question, right? Those don't exist right now. And then for the actual units, you know, they master lease units sort of across the whole of Cook County, not just in West Cook, right? In order to be able to source for folks to be able to live right now.
Got it. Is there room for municipal partnership to enable those emergency shelters in places that are not Oak Park?
There sure is. If we could, you know, have support from village staff to help bridge those conversations. We have had conversations with Maywood in the past.
Got it. Okay. I would like to see that happen. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me.
Okay, thank you.
Ready? Yes, I'm ready. You look worried.
No.
No, so I want to thank you, Jonathan, for this, and Vanessa, and Linda, and Housing Forward, and the Unhoused Task Force. This is all good information, but it is late, and what we're presented with are some vague ideas with very vague cost implications. I know we're not spending money, we're not authorizing money, but we're giving direction, and I always say direction is a funny thing. We have to be careful because it has a lot of implications, and it starts everyone down a path. I'm not against many, or if not most of these things. I think that a lot of them are good ideas, but I don't think this is the venue. This is not the detail, the level of detail. It doesn't, there's this lack of cost information, and I'm not comfortable even really weighing in. Perhaps Kevin wants to clarify.
Yeah, I think there's an opportunity to have a follow-up conversation about the preferences of the village board based upon the feedback that we're receiving tonight. I think we have, you know, some costs that we can associate with these items, but it's all about prioritization, understanding what, you know, the board's interests are, and certainly their cost implications.
Right.
So I think that are subject to follow-up conversations. So I think this is the initial conversation. That's why we, you know, preface that in the beginning, that, you know, it'd be helpful to get your feedback on things that you think are important.
Okay. So just talking about the support emergency shelter operations, we're talking about 2026 funding, potentially, if the state funding doesn't come through, estimated cost. When we get information back, like, are we going to be given information where that funding would come from in our budget? Like, what are we talking? We give direction. We say, go ahead, but how are we going to pay for it, right?
Yeah.
We need to know that right now, or when that comes back to us.
Yes, I think that's the intent of staff, to identify, you know, funding opportunities. Sure. Some of which may be, you know, fairly straightforward. Others may not, and may require some additional study.
Right,
But,
and I
yes.
mean, when we're looking at spending additional money, one of the ways to look at it, obviously, is what other areas can we economize on within the village budget without expanding it beyond, and again and again and again. So we just want to make sure that we look at all those opportunities
Yes.
internally. I know you will do that, of course.
Yeah, I mean, that's ongoing.
Ongoing, right. No, I
Certainly.
get it, and I know you
But point
do
well
very good.
taken in terms of, you know, any new initiatives. We have a base budget that's already
Right.
been, right? And so when we start adding, you know, how do we fund it?
Right.
Is there new revenue? And what are the sources of that new revenue to support those activities? Those are legitimate questions.
Okay.
Yeah.
Couple thoughts I will pass on just for the rental assistance coordination, and it mentions the township. I think that's important, and I think we need to bring in our taxing bodies here and bring them to the table with their checkbooks too, especially the township, because really those are township functions, and I know Vanessa's shaking her head, yes. Those are a lot of township things. We do have overlap, and I understand. I'm not complaining about it, because there are some good things that we're doing here that need to continue, but they're also experts in a lot of these areas, and they bring a lot of expertise, and they should bring their funding to the table too and help us as a partner. And I know those are discussions that will be forthcoming, so I'm not saying anything that isn't already being talked about, but I do want to emphasize that that's really important as we move ahead. As a village, we're continuing to expand, and entities that are in the business of doing this aren't really stepping up a lot of times. And I'm not pointing fingers, but I'm just saying it does happen. So finally, I want to talk about those bathrooms because I do believe that it's important for the dignity of every individual that's unhoused to have a bathroom, ability to utilize some form of a bathroom somewhere. And I understand it is difficult. My concern on this, although we are talking, we're giving, Kevin's taking tallies about who supports what as we go, and that is well, that's good, you should. I think that's good. So that is a $500,000 proposition, and like, where are we gonna pay for that? It is a $500,000. So, but my concern, bigger concern on that actually is those can be really dangerous, both for residents and for the unhoused, and I have concerns about people using drugs in those, and there have been many places where, you know, people lock themselves in, and I know they won't have those, I'm sure they'll have proper safety equipment, but I would want to see a full assessment by both our fire department, paramedics, and our police department as to the safety and how we can address those things. This picture that's in the diagram, there's no way to, you really should be able to look underneath and see, is there a person in there? Is there a person passed out in there? Is there a person dead in there? You don't even know. I mean, people do have drug issues, and they go in there and they shoot up. So I would be concerned about that. I do think it's important to have those needs addressed, but I just don't want to say, oh, go ahead, and then there's this big installation down there. And there have been places, and I went through this with other boards, they put them up and then they take them down, right? They spend $500,000 and they determine, no, this isn't safe. We did the wrong thing. We can't assure the safety of the people that use it. So we have to take them down again. So that's not what we want to do. Obviously, we want to do it right. And that's a big discussion, and it's a thoughtful, requires a lot of input and a lot of inputs that we don't see here tonight. So I just think it's important that we consider those things, and I appreciate all the good work we're seeing forthcoming tonight, but I need more information. So,
Yeah.
thank you.
I don't mind saying, like, specifically on the public restroom, the operational considerations is part of the conversation the task force has, specifically questions around, like, the trade-offs around, right, our porta potties are open at any time of the day currently. You know, the park district has existing bathroom facilities in their parks that they close at certain times in order for safety reasons. And, you know, one of the things that we had a conversation with task force about is specifically, like, the trade-offs around, like, well, if we operated with similar protocols, right, if they were only open until 10 or 11 o'clock at night, what would that mean in terms of their utility and serving the, you know, addressing some of the issues that we're talking about tonight in addition to that. So certainly, obviously, making sure it makes sense for police and fire would be critical as well.
And they are very complicated, these things, in terms of maintenance, and they would freeze, and there's connecting onto the sewer system is very not easy to do in the middle of the street. Where these are located or potentially be located. So there are a lot of considerations that need to be made, and really have to be careful making the right choices. So thank you.
I think I agree with everything that has been said, so I won't repeat it, but I will reiterate that I don't feel like it's fair to we won't do justice to the import of the conversation at this hour and at this point in the meeting. So look forward to getting more detail and being more thorough and fair to you know, these projects and initiatives. Just a few things that I don't think have been touched on, even though immediate action items and are sort of like seem to be short and midterm in terms of call it investment or of time and resources. I do think it's possible for us to immediately act on root causes of homelessness. Even though we're not going to solve it immediately, I think we can address those causes with more urgency. And I didn't see that much of that in the slides. But I think we need to keep ourselves focused on eradicating those root causes so that, to Trustee Wesley's point, we don't have anyone who needs sorry, I'm going to just stop that sentence and not try to rescue it. So again, yeah, so the cost is unclear, the return on investment, other than the ride sharing and the bathrooms, I didn't see any numbers. So again, it's hard to prioritize if I don't even have any kind of sense of that investment. I'll say when it comes to cleaning protocols, I think we're talking about like actual street cleaning and space cleaning. I find it just like generally uncomfortable to talk about moving people and calling it cleaning. And I especially am uncomfortable. I mean, I know we mentioned that this is a first read and it's a little bit vague, but the process around what this would actually look like gives me a lot of pause and concern, especially if it comes to getting rid of people's belongings, whether those are like important documents, anything related to their health care, not to mention, it's their things. So I just felt a lot of discomfort and don't know exactly how to give guidance on it, other than a lot more clarity I think is necessary in terms of what is being implemented, how it's being communicated, what the violations actually result in. So I'll just sort of give a general sense of discomfort around and wanting a lot more clarity before providing any like more specific direction. And then the last point around community education, I noticed an absence of our Make Change, Not Spare Change campaign, of which I have received a lot of negative feedback in our community. So is the absence of that in this presentation meaning that we are abandoning that effort or rebranding? Are we going to take some of that negative feedback and reevaluate how our messaging around how we interact with our unhoused population?
Sure. When we had conversations through the task force, some of the things we talked about was like other ways to be able to involve and support businesses, right? That was very much targeted to supporting businesses and business districts and addressing issues that have been raised by a variety of stakeholders locally. So we very much, I think, want to come back and refresh and relook at what that makes, whether or not that continues to make sense. As you see, it did not ultimately come up as a topic that the task force really spent a lot of time talking about, and instead focused on other areas to really be able to make impact.
Yeah, so I've heard not only negative, but also confusion among folks. Where does this money go? Why is it being, facilitated outside of the village and so I think I would like to revisit and maybe suspend that campaign and think about how community education can actually be more directed at both short-term and ultimately the root causes of homelessness.
Thank you.
Thank you. I really appreciate all the hard work.
Last, right? Okay. I'll be brief. I promise. I definitely appreciate all the work that went into this, and I think I broadly agree with the feedback that my colleagues have shared already. It's hard to say like what is going to be effective. In my mind, I'm like, can we get? I love a great like impact difficulty matrix, right? Kind of a situation where it's like, if we do X, Y will happen, right? I know some of the stuff is harder to measure in that way, but something to give us a guide about the costs but also not just monetary, but like, how hard is it to achieve X, with staff time or whatever other partnerships are required. So knowing that would be helpful in terms of, giving you that guidance. So I don't have a ton of expertise in this area, so I think I'm going to defer to the expert recommendations that I'm seeing. But I'll echo what my colleagues had said, and it's hard to weigh in without like a little bit more clarity and detail. Also, just because it was mentioned, also not a fan of the Spare Change campaign. It seems like very confusing and potentially harmful messaging. I know it's not part of this presentation, but it does seem like something that should be reconsidered. I think that's it. That's all I got.
Thank you.
Any feedback on the bathrooms?
Very good.
It's hard for me to say one way or another. I'll say it's interesting, Trustee Wesley's idea around, can we repurpose, existing, potentially vacant storefronts or something like that. It's already there, right? And could we make use of it? I don't really have a strong opinion one way or another. I see it as a cost. There's a big cost difference, and there's a quality of life aspect to that. So, I don't have too strong of an opinion anyway, based on what's been shared tonight so far.
Okay. I've been supportive of the Portaloos from the beginning, so but I am also intrigued by just the thought of having more of a bathroom location that's a permanent brick and mortar. Since Trustee Wesley said it, I've been trying to figure out where in downtown Oak Park it might be, and the idea is not flowing directly, but I also wonder if there isn't at some point an opportunity for us to walk downtown Oak Park, whether it's 2x2s, whether it's, with the task force or something. If there's, is the task force going to continue meeting?
No, we told them it was time limited.
Okay. Because I can understand why some of this information in bullet points is difficult to give clear direction on. I also understand, though, that as part of a budget process, much of that would be fleshed out. But if there was something like a report like we got when it was the alternative response report that did allow for more digesting of information. I also did not hear a lot of feedback on some of the bullet points under modifying cleaning protocols, including the businesses of the small business entrances dialogue. So I wonder if we maybe have more 2x2 conversation, or if you already have something like that planned. But part of it, I think, is the lateness of the evening. I did hear some general interest in investigating how we could be an ongoing partner for continuing of the emergency shelter. At the same time, I do understand that, not knowing exactly where that money is going to come from when we're having lots of conversations about how to spend money is also, again, forthcoming, but the will of the board appears to be there. And then I also hear, about partner agencies, although I know Linda works very hard to engage our neighboring communities, and that dialogue can be challenging. As a home rule community, we actually have a lot of privilege in how to create funding sources, as that not all of our neighboring communities have. If you're not home rule, you're really stuck to, the revenue sources that the state of Illinois lets you have, and unless you're able to pursue grants, etc. I think that's one reason why a lot falls on our shoulders. I have said many times I'd like to see the township at the table. I appreciate the support of my colleagues in pursuing that conversation in a very real way. The transportation, I thought that Trustee Enya's comments were quite insightful. I don't know that I would thought of them, otherwise the support of the solution there, I would continue that. And the street outreach, if this is coming from the task force, ECHO, to take on coordination of street outreach meetings, to focus them on specific conversations, adding members of the core team, I can't see that as anything but good, as long as that is, agreeable with the partner agencies, because I know everybody's got Their caseworkers, again, as again, I've mentioned before, and sometimes managing someone else's caseworkers can be touchy. What else do we have? Yeah, it's, notable maybe to mention that you had representation from downtown Oak Park on this task force also, and that the recommendation of a bathroom was agreeable there too, and actually asked for, where a couple of years back, there was some concern on safety, realizing that those challenges have continued. There's kind of a unanimous ready to go that I'm detecting here. And on housing mitigation and navigation and mitigation, goal of reducing dwell time in the write-in, is that possible? I mean, it feels like it's already challenging to get people out in the time period you've got.
Yeah. I don't know if you'd say anything else, Linda,
Yeah,
but.
so the idea is having a dedicated staff person whose role would be to work with clients that are in the write-in to help expedite them finding stable housing. The length of stay right now is about 270 nights. We could expedite that if we had dedicated resources to getting people out. The housing navigation services we have are all tied to federal grants that we have, and they have to go into those specific housing units in order to be eligible for that particular service. So this would allow us to be a little bit more flexible.
It does sound like that's a necessary addition to the plan. I don't know that the wording of reduced dwelling, it seems like it's time in the write-in. I don't know, I think you need that to even maintain what you've got, is what I'm hearing. But anyway, it seems like a necessary need. We're understanding just how difficult it might be to help somebody find the appropriate housing option. And wondering how that fits into the different pieces between ECHO and township and other case management staffing. But then there's, I appreciate that this is coming forward. I'm appreciating that there is a task force that is being compiled to problem solve all of this. And, hope that there's enough information here that we see from us, that we see some fruitful next steps. And otherwise, I know we're here. We're here to keep having the dialogue. Okay.
Thank you.
Yes. So I just want to have some closing remarks on this item, just based upon what I've heard. I think, first of all, there are three things that we do, when we bring items to the board. Sometimes, it's just a presentation, a discussion, and we receive feedback. So we take that information and further refine that feedback into specific recommendations that may convert to a study session. We're actually seeking specific direction on something, particularly funding, a particular proposal, and so forth. And then there are board actions, right, on our regular agenda where you make decisions, right, on the board. So I just wanted to level set again. The idea of this is actually for feedback and discussion based upon all the work that the task force did, studying the problems collectively and identifying potential solutions. The task force did a good job, I think, in dividing the actions into immediate and medium term. As you'll notice that there was specific cost information related to the immediate actions, the shelter operations were committed. We're going to make history with that. So the question is how do we plug the gap from an operational standpoint? The cost is identified, I think, at about roughly $500K. The bathrooms was a very specific item with some cost information in today that was immediate action. In terms of the cleaning protocols, we can provide some additional information on that. It has multiple dimensions to it. It's, how do we respond in a dignified way in addressing the encampments in the community? But then we do have, like, over the last couple of years, we noticed an increase in litter and just the sanitation issues in the community throughout the business districts that we want to make sure we maintain our business districts in a sanitary manner. And so there might be a need to increase, cleaning, the frequency and so forth, and resources. Transportation, I think Jonathan mentioned that we already kind of have some budgeted resources for that. I think the question around whether or not there's a reliable source in terms of using Lyft, and so we'll continue to investigate that. But I just want to point out, so it's very helpful to get all of this feedback. We got feedback on the medium-term options that obviously require some additional analysis, and when they return, we will certainly inform you about the costs related to all those items, which could be fairly significant, and then you can evaluate those costs in the context of all the other commitments that you have, coming before you in terms of the budget process. But these things right now, I think this feedback that we got is very good. It helps us refine, but it also helps us address some immediate items related to the shelter operations, the bathroom. It seems like there's a general consensus about the bathroom issue, and then transportation. Provide more information on the protocols, cleaning protocols. So congratulate the task force. I think this is something that, based upon what we heard last year and our general experience in responding to all the community questions about the unhoused, as well as some of the issues of concern that happen in our business districts, the staff decided and community leadership decided to come together and create a time-limited task force to actually study these issues collectively, and then identify some solutions to bring back to start the process of having these conversations. And so I just, from my perspective, want to applaud the work. Thank you for hanging in there tonight. Because I think despite the time, we actually got some really good feedback tonight that I think helps inform the next steps.
Very much so.
Brian?
I just want to very briefly, though, echo something that Jim said and Derek said, and that is that, it's hard to evaluate, and I know that this was for sort of general discussion for you to come back with more specific recommendations on some of these things. I think that it would be helpful to us, even if the presentation is very top line and bulleted, for it to be accompanied by a memo that provides a far greater level of detail on recommendations, the data supporting it, the outcomes we expect, some of the disadvantages of a proposal. When we as policymakers are having to respond just based on bullet points, it doesn't allow us to do the best job we can do for our community, or it requires us to go out and do a great deal of additional, personal research rather than relying on the expertise that I know exists on the task force, because these recommendations came out of expert analysis. And so I do greatly appreciate all of the work that went into making these recommendations, bringing these recommendations before us. But I do want to concur with Jim's comments on this presentation. The sheets we had, it does make it hard for us to give a lot of detailed, nuanced feedback, because we're reacting to a single page with like 5 bullet points about like issue solution, without necessarily being able to get into the nuance a little bit more.
Absolutely. Point well taken. Just want to make sure we're distinguishing between a presentation and discussion and actually a detailed analysis of potential options that come with cost information, advantages and disadvantages. Those are two different items. One's a study session where we're actually seeking direction, where we're providing enough content to actually solicit direction. One is informing, and in this case, we're informing you about the outcome of the work of the task force to later come back with some very specific information about things that you're interested in in response to the report back. But in terms of the detailed written information, I think that's a really good point in terms of making sure that there's some written information that actually corresponds with what is going to be presented.
Certainly, and I understand the type of feedback that was being sought. I guess all I'm saying is part of that feedback was us sort of ranking and saying, like, these are the things we really want to move forward on, and that just, going from the 30,000-foot view to the 10,000-foot view, getting a little bit of additional substance will allow us to provide a little bit better feedback on that ranking and that prioritization. That's all, and I do appreciate all the work that went into getting us to this conversation today.
Okay, thank you. I didn't mean to cut anyone off. Was someone about to say? Okay, then call to board and clerk, please. And thank you very much for everybody's input into this conversation.
Way too late, I'm done. I just want to ask that if it's possible, without too much trouble, to get us a summary of the feedback you perceived as us giving you tonight, because there are a lot of issues that weren't covered or we didn't talk about. I don't, some of the topics we skipped over, and I'm not clear myself what the board's, as we went through it, and trying to keep track of it. Maybe just a quick overview, and that's all I have to say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you. Sorry, thank you.
I just wanted to reflect on one of our proclamations. I loved hearing the Brooks kids, but the proclamation honoring Hispanic and Latinx Heritage Month called on us to celebrate the histories, cultures, and contributions of American citizens whose ancestors came from Spain, Mexico, the Caribbean, Central and South America, not just citizens, I would correct that, and to honor the invaluable ways Hispanic, Latino, and Latinx individuals contribute to our common goals and work toward a stronger, more inclusive, more prosperous society for all. I think I would just call on all of us to take that with us, not just for the rest of the month, but as we continue to see an increase targeting and violence towards this community and these communities here in Oak Park and in our neighboring suburbs and the city of Chicago. The combination of dehumanizing this community and the vulnerability of legal status is a recipe for genocide. And we are seeing it ramp up in very scary ways here that echo some of the worst in human history. And so just off the top of my head, some of the ways that we can show solidarity to our friends and neighbors who are being targeted with this violence, seek out independent media. Our friend Paul Goyette, follow him and his documentation of what's going on, Unraveled Press. Shop and spend your money at Latinx and Hispanic-owned businesses. Go to these cultural celebrations around the community to show your solidarity, and that not only are we making a proclamation with words, but with our bodies and with our money, and to continue to show up as things get just extremely scary.
I'll just add, piggybacking off of what Jenna had said, something that was in the consent agenda tonight was an action that this board took to increase fees and fines, civil fines for impersonating a police, fire, local, or federal officer. And that is something that I'm glad to see that we've done. There's already state laws on the books, federal laws on the books. We added our own because there are masked agents roaming around our streets in Oak Park, in our neighboring municipalities. Someone was killed by a federal officer who was part of an ICE, in some kind of ICE interaction and action. So it's really scary. It's very real, and I echo everything that Jenna said. We have to band together, and I'm very happy to see that as a board we put a policy on the books that will confront some of this terrorizing that's happening of our community. So all in with that.
Thank you for your comments, both Jenna and Derek. And earlier today, our Governor Pritzker did come to Oak Park to receive the Paul Simon Courage in Public Service Award from Lutheran Services of Illinois at Good Shepherd Lutheran Church. The award was established in 2004 by several Lutheran organizations to honor the late Senator Simon's extraordinary legacy of public service. The recognition acknowledges Governor Pritzker's exemplification of Senator Simon's lifelong commitment to developing just, compassionate, and responsible public policy, especially in defense of Medicaid and special social services. Also honored was House Representative Lindsay LaPointe from the 19th District for Legislator of the Year Award for her leadership ensuring Illinois residents have access to needed behavioral health and social services. While being there was inspirational alongside Senate President Don Harmon and David Boat, our previous village president and also president of a residents corporation. It was also just very, very important to recognize and to hear out loud how much damage the cuts in Medicaid and mental health and other services to support human beings is going to devastating effects that's going to have. Conversations like tonight make me proud that this is a board that is invested in providing access to all humans, again, citizens or not, and working hard. And I appreciate our staff for their diligence in making sure that we are prepared and as much as we can be for protecting and serving our residents. I continue to be grateful to organizers and people who are trained to respond to those emergency moments. If ICE were to be here, and the continued advocacy and representation at facilities. Maybe that's not what each of us, I'm so tired, this is difficult. It might not be for everybody to be present at demonstrations, but we can all still take action, some of which Jenna commented on, to support our community, and especially those who are in great fear and feeling great anxiety and needing to hide, not able to leave their homes in our community. I also want to announce I'm really honored to have officially received my letter of appointment from the governor to the Illinois Law Enforcement Training and Standards Board. So thank you. And thank you very much. And so I'm looking forward to all that means. Yes, that was the email I received. Oh, okay. Yes. And so I'm, okay, well, thank you all for your ongoing hard work in our community. Entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Good night.